Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching.
I think pretty much everyone knows that, but for those that don't, I am the Reisenauer Family Director of Advocacy, Education, and Outreach for the College of Science and Notre Dame. This event was over across the stadium last year. This year we had to have a bigger space. So I'm excited that this is our largest event yet. I wanted to thank all of the patients, the families, the caregivers that are here today. You are the true experts, and hearing directly from you allows us to learn from your lived experiences. On a recent Zoom call, Andres Trevino from Chiesi said, and he described the rare disease community as superhumans, and I totally agree with him. We are honored to learn from you so we can deepen our understanding of what it truly means to live with rare diseases and apply that knowledge to become stronger advocates. Today's event is live streamed, so if you know of someone that is unable to attend, please feel free to share the link that's in the program. I want to give a huge thank you to the generous supporters of the program: Amgen, Dyne Therapeutics, the Reisenauer family, the Brum family, and Laura Schumacher. I'd also like to recognize all my awesome students in the minor in science and patient advocacy, and we also have some alumni here today that have graduated and come back because they love it. I also want to take a moment. Where's Katrina Conrad? Could you stand up, please, Katrina? Thank you. She is the program manager for the initiative, and she is absolutely incredible. I think I've told you that. But she goes through every detail to make sure that this event is flawless. And I could not do it without you. You're a tremendous help. And and you are a true champion for advocacy. And also, if there's any problems that go on today, now you know what she's wearing and where she's sitting. So I just want to take a quick moment to talk to you about what it is that we are doing and what I mean by Patient Advocacy Initiative and the minor in Science and Patient Advocacy. We launched the Patient Advocacy Initiative in 2022, and we developed it in response to the growing need for educated, compassionate advocates who can navigate both the scientific and the social dimensions of rare diseases. Our vision is to advance advocacy, outreach, and education for the rare disease community by harnessing Notre Dame's strength in science and research, combined with our commitment to social responsibility. We look at our program in this wonderful Venn diagram in three ways. We want to train the students to become strong advocates for patients and families and provide them with the tools to support not only individual needs, but also the broader changes that are needed. Along with that, education through our classroom learning, research projects, direct interactions with patients and professionals. The students gain a deeper understanding of the complexities that are involved when diagnosed and living with a rare disease. And outreach. We work closely with families, patients, and organizations, creating partnerships that allow our students to engage with real-world issues and contribute to meaningful solutions. And at the heart of our program is the minor in Science and Patient Advocacy. This is a plenary program that brings together students from diverse fields of study to develop a well-rounded approach to advocacy. While one-third, as you can see, one-third of our students are in the neuroscience and behavior major, we are proud to have students in 10 different majors. And this diversity enhances our collaborations and brings a variety of perspectives to the complex issues that we're dealing with the rare disease community. Our students learn not only in the classroom through natural history studies, storytelling, projects with patients, and even events such as this. These experiences allow the students to understand the lived reality of patients and caregivers and the critical role that advocates play in changing the outcomes. Additionally, our students have the opportunity to continue their work outside of the class. We have a peer leader program, summer immersion grants, and starting in the spring, we're going to have a post-baccalaureate fellowship program. The peer leaders are actually learning to be leaders through helping to share the minors' components with their peers. So they have different events on campus that they have created, and they get volunteers. One of the most recent was a patient-led grand rounds, where every month they pick a different disease, they have the families come in and share their experiences, and their peers learn directly from the families. So with that, I wanted to talk about how we've expanded. In the short time, we have tremendously grown. Since its inception, we have increased our enrollment 3 times over. We're at 85 students now, and it's just growing. We get calls every day or would like to meet to learn more. In the past, we've engaged with 55 patients and families. Our capstone class the students partnered with 10 different patients to learn about their experiences, which enriches the educational experience tremendously. We've collaborated with 10 different patient organizations, and notably 4 students were fully funded this summer to continue that work with those organizations to help them build their capacity to help their community. This just highlights our dedication to empowering our students and making a difference in the lives of those affected by rare disease. So thank you for allowing me to explain that to you. Now I'd like to introduce a family that holds a special place in our program. Dave and Kathleen Reisenauer. Their support goes beyond generous donations. They have been tireless advocates for the rare disease community. As parents of 3 children, 2 adult children who have a rare disease called Corey's disease, their journey has fueled their commitment to not only advancing research and supporting programs that elevate the science and also the advocacy. We are honored to have their daughter, Kayla, here with us today, and it is my privilege to introduce Dave, whose passion for making a difference has touched countless lives. I'd like to have him say a few words, and if Sean Casson could come and join me. I don't know where, there he is. Thank you, Dave.
Hey. Dave, it's my job to embarrass you. So I've known Dave and Kathleen for about 10 years, and ever since I've known Dave, he's always been talking about retiring, and then he never retires. Until now, you have officially retired. And whenever I see them on campus, the first thing they always ask is, how's the research going? How's rare disease research going with GSD3 as well as NPC? And I start to talk to him about the science, and he just gives me this blank stare. Just like that. That's supposed to be funny.
I laugh.
There you go. So then he tells me, he's like, Sean, I don't know science. I work in the supply chain. This is the kind of work I do. You have to put everything in the form of a chart. So now when I talk to him, I always present him in the form of things in the form of charts, so we can at least somewhat understand the science that we're doing. But since he's retiring, we had this little retirement gift, so we decided to create a Gantt chart of the things you're going to do over the next 5 years in your retirement. For example, this is unsolicited life advice you're going to give to friends and family, and you can see that increase over time. And then here's some pointless did you know trivia that you're going to continue to give people over time, as well as organizing the garage again, and again. So here you go. Congrats.
Thank you so much. Most of my siblings think I do most of this stuff already, so I appreciate that. Thank you for having me. I was going to say all the thank yous that Barb did to Katrina and for the webcast. Especially since I was pushing hard for the webcast. We know how hard it is to sometimes travel to events like this, especially if you're dealing with a rare disease or you're dealing with a disability. So being able to let folks see this. But I also want to thank Barb. Kathleen and I are so proud of having our name linked with this just an amazing individual. So thank you very much, Barb. Barb told me I had 5 minutes. Those of you who know me, I can barely say hello in 5 minutes, so I will try to get through some of this fairly quickly. My wife is in the back with our daughter Kayla, who's actually I'm surprised she's quiet. Usually when I start talking, she makes lots of noise. So as Barb mentioned, both Kayla and our son Peter, who's a 2011 grad of Notre Dame, have a rare disease. They were both diagnosed before they were a year old. And so we've been dealing with this for a lot of years, as many of you who have a rare disease or are caregivers of rare disease know, it can be quite a journey. It can take you in a lot of different directions. I'm curious, how many of you have ever heard of the poem called A Trip to Holland by Emily Kingsley? Okay, some of you have. For those of you who haven't, this was a poem that my wife and I received many, many years ago when our children were first diagnosed. And I won't read the poem to you, it's a little long, but think of it this way. It talks about a family that's planning, or has a child, and they're planning for this child to be born, and the poem treats it as though they're going on a trip. And the trip is to this country, Italy. And then the child is diagnosed with a disability, or we could talk about it from a rare disease standpoint. And that trip, again, is highlighted that instead of going to Italy, you're now going to Holland. And you've made all these plans to go to Italy, learn the language, talk about the customs, or prepared to meet with people, a bunch of different people, and see a bunch of sites, and suddenly everything changes. Now, I don't know how many of you have ever taken a 35-year trip. I know I haven't. That's how long our children, we've had this. But the concept of the changes that it makes in your life is pretty powerful. And I want to focus just on one aspect of it, which is it talks in the poem about the different people you're going to meet along the journey when you're in Holland versus Italy. And I think that resonates often with me in terms of the people that touch our lives, Kathleen's and mine and our children's lives. We have a famous story we love to tell everybody about when our eldest was about 2 and Kayla was just born. We were traveling in the wilds of Oregon, and suddenly Peter had an attack that was pretty life-threatening. So we start heading towards the hospital, maybe at a little bit above the speed limit, enough so that we're bombing down this road, and a police officer, a sheriff's officer, sees us. We flag him down, actually. He's surprised somebody driving about 95 miles an hour just flagging him down, but we'll set that aside. And he escorted us for 20 miles into the local hospital, where we arrived at the emergency room, and the doctor had no idea what to do with this child. None. I'm sure many of you have had this experience. So Kayla got to experience her first air flight when we airlifted them out of the middle of Oregon to Stanford, where they were at. But we tell this story because this police officer had such an impact on us in terms of stopping, literally running sirens for 20 miles an hour so that we could get to the hospital. And then conversely, or maybe in addition, we had a doctor there who had never seen this, or had seen this disease for a half a day during his training and had no idea how necessarily to treat this and had to work with the Stanford folks. 2 people that touched our lives almost 30 years ago. Again, along a journey that would have been different had we been in Oregon under different circumstances. The reason I say all of this is for all of you in the room, whether you're a patient on that journey dealing with a rare disease, whether you're a loved one of a patient dealing with a rare disease on that journey, or whether you're someone that is going to be or might be a part of their lives, you're going to touch them in ways that on their journey will be different than they probably ever would have been had they not had this rare disease, had you not had this rare disease. We have a few folks that work with Kayla. Her physical therapist started working with her when her physical therapist was pregnant with her first child. This first child is now in college, is a sophomore in college, and we're still working with her every day, 5 days a week. She comes to our home. We never would have met that family had it not been for this situation. So my message to you is, as we go through the day, and you're going to hear some wonderful stories on this, keep in mind that you will have an opportunity, I'm sure, in your lives, or already have an opportunity to work with folks that are on a different journey of their life, and embrace that and be excited about it during their trip to Holland. Thank you much.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alex Brandt, and I'm one of our peer leaders for the Patient Advocacy Initiative. I'm a current senior here, along with studying in the minor. I'm also a science pre-professional studies, an econ major, and I'm super excited because I get to invite and reintroduce our first moderator to the stage, Dr. Sean Casson. Dr. Casson serves as the director for the Era Parsegian Medical Research Fund. In this role, he is responsible for administering all of the functions of the fund, which include advancing Niemann-Pick disease research, fundraising, managing the grants program, and raising awareness of NPC disease. Today, he will be leading us through a discussion with 2 mothers who are impacted by a rare disease. They will talk about their family and share their experience with the formation of a foundation, how they advanced research, and how 2 institutions, the University of Notre Dame and University of Michigan, supported them through their journey. Dr. Casson, welcome again. I'll turn it over to you to introduce our special guest that will be with you on stage this morning. Thank you, guys.
It's on. Oh, either one is fine. Yeah. You're the lucky one who gets to sit by me, so there you go. All right, well, thank you again for that very kind introduction. But I think the best way to start this discussion is to tell you a little secret about me. And Tammy, this is for you, Cindy, and the guests. So I started at Notre Dame 21 years ago as a grad student, and then I worked in the development office, and then I've been running the fund. So I've been on campus for 21 years as a Notre Dame fan. But I'm also a closet Michigan fan. You see, I'm a Michigan fan for two reasons. One, I grew up there. I grew up about an hour north of Ann Arbor in a town called Oxford, Michigan. And then my sister went to Michigan, my brother-in-law went to Michigan. You were only allowed to wear Michigan stuff, not Michigan State, and definitely not Notre Dame. And then I was the bad one that went to Notre Dame. So I've slowly converted my family a little bit. But then the second reason I'm a Michigan fan is because about 15 years ago, my sister, the Michigan alum, her son, Andrew, was diagnosed with a very rare blood disorder called aplastic anemia. It got so bad that they said there was about a 10% chance he would pass away from this disease. And then he ended up checking in to Mott Children's Hospital, and he was there for about a month and had to do daily blood transfusions. And this is a picture of Andrew. Well, if you can look, you can't really see it really well. There's him, he's there crying, and in the background is Coach Lloyd Carr, Mike Hart. So he's not crying because he just had his first blood transfusion of the day. He's crying because all these massive football players came in and were intimidating him. But that children's hospital cured him. They were able to jumpstart his immune system, and 15 years later, I'm proud to say that he just entered his freshman year at the University of Michigan. There he is up on the right with his two sisters. There you go, back there. And I'm assuming that's water that he's drinking because he's underage. So anyways, we're so glad that you're here, and I think it's important that this group learns about you, Chad, and your family. So if you could give that overview for them, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sean, for sharing that. We have a lot more in common now because I'm wearing green today, which was not allowed in our house for a very long time. But our oldest son is a quarterback here at Notre Dame now. So, hey, blood is thicker than all other things, and we are big fans of Notre Dame now. So, you know, I get to wear green, and it's fun, and I love it. So thank you for having me and allowing me to wear my green. A little background. You can see that's Chad right there, and CJ on the left of the three of them, Tommy in the middle, and then Chad. A little background on Chad's story. About 10 years ago, a little over 10 years ago, Chad fell and we thought broke his nose. So we took him to the emergency room, and you know, they said that he's probably got a concussion, it's okay, and brought him home. The next day, that night, I was thinking about how often he had been falling. And woke up the next morning and I said, I think we need to go back. So we took him back to Mott Children's Hospital, and we requested them to do an MRI. They didn't think it was necessary, but we said, you know, something just doesn't feel right. We're noticing some things. So they said, sure, we're gonna do this. The MRI took about 2 hours, or they said it'll take about 2 hours. 3.5 hours later, we were still sitting there, and I knew something was very wrong. The anesthesiologist came out to get us, and I could see she had been crying. And I looked at my husband, and I said, okay, this is probably gonna be bad. Now, I had worked at Mott Children's Hospital as a fundraiser, building the children's hospital that we were standing in. And I knew a lot of doctors there, so I called one of them and I said, I think something's really wrong. We haven't heard yet, but if you can check from home, let me know what's going on. She called me back, she said, I'm on my way in. It was midnight. And I said, okay. In my head, I said, it's gonna be cancer. And they pulled us aside and they said, okay, we found something. They showed us the image, and I didn't know what I was looking at. They said, your son has DIPG, diffuse intrinsic pontine glioma. Never heard that acronym before, never heard that disease. It's a form of brain cancer. We said, okay, brain cancer, what do we do? How do we fix this? When do we have surgery? What is the protocol? And the doctor said, there really is not much we can do. We'll do radiation, but your son has about 9 months to live. And to hear that while you're thinking, your son has a concussion, and next thing you know, you're being told he has 9 months to live. That is the worst moment of my life. Chad's no longer with us, but that moment is when everything changed. That's when our journey moved on to a different country. We really focused on our son, and how the whole Chad Tough thing happened was, I looked at my husband the next day, I said, we are supposed to make this big. My father-in-law had a platform, right? People were paying attention. He had been the head coach at the University of Michigan, won a national championship. So I said, and my husband's very private, and he said, do what you have to do. And so I shared, and I asked everyone to pray for my son. And it caught on, and people started talking about it. And really, it was pray for Chad. And then a neighbor of ours said, he's Chad Tough. And suddenly, this movement was formed. And, you know, it's amazing when I think back how a foundation, all of this, none of this was in our plan. I mean, obviously there was a plan that's bigger than anything we can wrap our heads around. I truly believe that. But we started just moving forward. Chad was sick. We were working, we were having fun with him, making amazing memories. Michigan was not that great at brain tumors. And we left. We went to New York to get him treatment. And unfortunately, 14 months after his diagnosis, Chad passed away. But the Chad Tough Foundation had been born, and we were all in. Since that time, Michigan has become one of the leaders in brain tumor research, and specifically around DIPG. When Chad was diagnosed, there were 4 researchers, doctors at Michigan who had touched DIPG at all. Now there are over 40 researchers that are working on it in some way. The Brain Tumor Center is named after Chad. It's the Chad Carr Pediatric Brain Tumor Center. We have become the largest foundation for pediatric DIPG, DMG in the world. We've given out over $33 million across 80 researchers and 40 institutions, and I can tell you this was never the plan for my life. But God had a plan with our child, and it was to change the world, and that's what he's doing, because they tell us they believe they'll find a cure in our lifetime, which is something they wouldn't have said just 10 years ago. So thank you for having me and letting me share his story and his beautiful face.
Thank you so much. And Cindy, to you, I know you have a similar journey with your children, so if you can share that as well.
When Tammy and I met this morning, I said, you know, I'm sorry we're meeting under these circumstances, but so pleased that we are. You know, we become part of a club that no one wants to be a member of. And I think many of you know our story, but for those that don't, my husband, who's sitting over here, Mike and I met at the beginning of our junior year. I don't know, how many years, 52 years ago or something? And I know, we're old. And we graduated from Notre Dame. Well, first I'm gonna rewind. My freshman year at Notre Dame was like the miracle year. Grandpa Era wins the national championship. Digger Phelps snaps the 88-game UCLA winning streak, right? And at the same time, hockey was rated #1. I never saw a team lose at Notre Dame. And I like to think that Notre Dame taught me 2 things from that experience. One is to be gracious in times of winning and to be courageous in times of loss. So that started my time here at Notre Dame. Yes, I was in the 2nd class of women. It was unique. But the best thing that came out of that was my husband, Mike. So we dated for 2 years. We married shortly after we graduated and moved to Chicago, and Mike did medical school, and I got an MBA from Northwestern. Go Wildcats. And then we moved to Tucson, and we started our family. And we had 4 beautiful children. Our oldest, Era, named after Grandpa, And then Michael was 3 years later, followed quickly by Marcia, and then our youngest, Krista. And we thought we were on top of the world. We thought we are the luckiest, coolest family in the world. And then our son Michael, when he was about 5 years old, started showing just delays. He just couldn't quite keep up with the other kids on the playground. His speech became slurred. He had this eye movement problem that I didn't recognize at first. I can remember when he was about 5 years old saying to Michael, Michael, when you look me in the eye, when I'm talking with you, you need to look me in the eye. Little did I think that it was a symptom of anything that was wrong. But as he got into kindergarten, his handwriting became really scratchy and his speech pattern became very slurred. So Mike and I started the journey of trying to find out what was wrong with him. And as I think is often the case with rare diseases, because they're not seen that frequently in pediatricians' offices, is the first pediatrician poo-pawed me. Said, oh, he's a little clumsy, but if he was my child, I wouldn't do anything. We didn't think that was right. So we went, and it took us 2 years, finally went to Columbia University, where they had, by then, they had a file, that was inches thick of all the testing that Michael had endured. They took a 5-minute look at Michael and said, we think it's Niemann-Pick type C. And I said, well, why do you think it's that disease? One I've never heard of. They said for 2 reasons. One was this eye movement problem is very specific to Niemann-Pick, and it's called, they get a paralysis of their eyes both up and down and left and right. And he had an enlarged spleen. We took him back to Tucson. We had him tested for this disease, and he came positive. Because it's a genetic disease and it required both Mike and I to carry the bad gene, it's called an autosomal recessive. We had our other 3 children tested, and much to our disbelief, our 2 daughters, Marcia and Krista. Marcia was 5 and Krista was 3. Were also tested positive for the disease. And so this picture that you see was taken actually by my brother-in-law. And you can see, if you look closely, Michael is got a kind of a little goofy look on his face. His legs are bruised. He's got bruises. But then you look at the girls, right? And you can tell that they're pretty normal for their age group. Marcia, with this fashion at that moment, was to crisscross her ties on her shoes, and Krista was just mesmerized by her older sister. So Mike and I, we screamed, we yelled, cursed God. And after a couple of weeks, though, we realized that we needed to do something positive. Our first thoughts were, we're going to take the kids out of school, we're going to show them the world. And then we went, that's not what they wanted. They wanted to be in class, they wanted to be with their peers, they wanted to be going to birthday parties and to their outside activities. So Mike and I started talking about a medical research foundation because there was absolutely nothing known about Niemann-Pick at the time. And so the first thing we did was, and this is, you don't know your connections in life, where they're going to take you, but Mike's best friend from medical school was a research cardiologist. We did know it was a cholesterol storage disorder. And so he reached out to Mike Parmasek, and Mike put together a scientific advisory board for us that was just absolutely off the charts. A couple of Howard Hughes researchers, some individuals involved in the Human Genome Project, and that's what started it. And then we came out here and we talked to Grandpa Era and Mike's mom, Katie, and said, this is what we want to do. And Era just jumped in with both feet and said, how can I help? And you know what we think about it is our family had a lot of bad luck. We should have had one of 4 children, the way the statistics with autosomal recessive traits work. We should have had 1 in 4 children. Instead, we had 3. So we had an awful lot of bad luck, but on the other hand, we had some skills. We had Mike that had his medical background and his connections to the medical field. I have a business background that could put in, the necessary business aspects of the foundation. And then Era, highly respected, highly loved individual, not only in Notre Dame, but nationally. And he gave us that good reputation that we so needed when we started. So we kicked off the foundation, and this was 30 years ago this month. It's hard to say that. I can't believe I can say that 30 years ago we've been working on this disease. And we've had some great successes just recently. And Sean can talk to this, and he can talk the science of it better than I can. But The short of it is that we had 3 drugs recently approved this last month. Within 5 days, we had 3 drugs approved for Niemann-Pick. First ever, right? I know. And it felt like the floodgates at the FDA all of a sudden opened up. And the FDA, we did a lot of educating. We did a lot of work with them. We held conferences for them to let them know what Niemann-Pick was all about. So we're really happy about the 3 drugs, 2 in combination, has come out of our research. But we're not done. We're working towards a cure. And we have some really exciting research. If anybody wants to talk later about the science and the chemistry of it, Sean can do it. Okay. But we also have had a lot of pain. Michael, the oldest of the 3, he had a seizure early one morning in his bed and suffocated 4 days before he turned 10. Much to our disbelief, our shock, we thought we had years with him. And then our youngest, Krista, who was just more frail compared to the others, had a chronic pneumonia and died at 10 and a half. And then Marcia, the one on the left, she died at 16 and a half from just a real acute bout of pneumonia. So, Krista loved the color purple. Marcia was our wheelchair-bound ballerina, and Michael was our cowboy. And to lose all 3 was just devastating to our family. But we hold on to hope, right? And we've met families clear across the country, across the world, and we have some over here, that we are in this journey together. And Notre Dame has really made a difference in our and I'll tell you one more thing, and then I'm going to let you have it back. So about 8 years ago, rewind even faster, more than that, I got to know the Dean of the College of Science here, Greg Crawford, who's now president of Miami, Ohio. And he started riding his bike across country. Okay, he said, I can't help, he was a physicist, he can't help, but I can help by pedaling his bike. And he raised, I don't know, $5 million for us, something like that. And that's how I got to know Sean. I'd go out and support him a little bit, and Sean was the one responsible for the bike ride, and in the van, got to know Sean. And so when we started talking about merging our foundation with a fund here at Notre Dame, and that was with Greg that started talking about it, Sean was such a likely and a great candidate to head our research here and our fund and our mission. So it has been just a joy working with you, Sean, for the last 8 years, and hallelujah, we're working on this good. Okay?
I'll give you the $20 later that I bribed you to say those nice things about me. Well, I know we actually only have a few minutes left, because Dave Rise and I have talked for a very long time. But I want to touch a little bit more. I'm going to try to group all the other questions I have into one about your interactions with university. I'm just looking at this text from my sister, and she's like, tell Tammy we met Lloyd Carr at Mott when Andrew was in the hospital. He was so nice to us, especially to Mom, who talked his ear off about the 1997 football team.
He's a good man.
Yeah. So I just kind of want to touch a little bit more about, you mentioned the work now that's being done at the University of Michigan and how it's grown, but just overall from, Coach Carr to, the current, football team, even Jim Harbaugh, and the fundraising efforts to the research and how you've been able to get that group to now focus on it, and even if you're interacting with students, sort of like programs like this, if there's just some highlights that you have, that would be great for all of us to hear.
Oh, for sure. Cindy, what Cindy said about just kind of feeling like you were, my husband, I remember, said when all of this happened, he said, unfortunately, I think we're the right kind of family for something like this to happen to make a change. Again, we had my father-in-law who had, people that wanted to pay attention. I had worked in fundraising for years. We knew researchers and doctors all over because of that. And we knew that this was supposed to be the way, our life journey was going to go. Michigan was a huge part of that. They adopted us from the very beginning. The fans, the current team. At that point, Coach Harbaugh was there. Chad was an honorary captain, and we brought all 3 boys down. That picture that we showed with them wearing the Chad Tough shirt was on the way to that first game, right after Chad had been diagnosed. And they really rallied, and the University of Michigan and the children's hospital there said, we want to be better. So, and we said, okay, we're going to do everything we can initially to give you resources to do that. So it started with Michigan. And what's happened since, I think has even been, more beautiful, because I say sometimes things are bigger than a rivalry, and I fully believe that. We've had Michigan State get involved in things. We've had Ohio State get involved in things. Notre Dame, Coach Freeman and a bunch of the coaches come to our gala now. We have a son here, and I think that that's part of the plan, right? I think that's just helping us to tell the story of DIPG and to spread the word. We have 40 family partners now from across the country. So we've kind of said we don't want everybody to have to start their own foundation. It's a lot of work, and there are expenses and things that go along with it. So we have 40 family partners who have either lost their children or who have children that are battling right now from all over. So they're also impacting their local communities with fundraising, with advocacy, with getting to know the doctors in that community to spread more about what we're doing. So if someone walks in those doors, they know what this is. We give out fellowship grants, which for us is very important. We have pre and postdoc fellows because we want future brilliant minds to focus on this disease, and we're seeing that happen. So I think there's just been a lot of amazing things. We've started a nurse navigator program, which I think we wanted to be able to do something for the patients currently in the fight. We focus on research, and we have a scientific advisory council from across the world that helps us to make sure we're giving to the right research, because we are not scientists either, and I don't want to be. So they help us to make sure we're stewarding the funds right. But that research brings hope. The Nurse Navigator program that we started brings help, because that's what we would have wanted as a family going through it. If we had had somebody, because basically it was, this is what you have, we're gonna do some radiation, and then here's a website with some trials, and my husband would stay up researching all night to try to figure out what the next best thing was to do, how we were supposed to determine what our child's future would look like. That's not okay, especially when you're not a scientist. So we have a Nurse Navigator program. We have 4 nurses on staff. Any child that is diagnosed with DIPG, DMG, they'll be responded to within 2 hours. They are given one of these nurses to walk with them through this entire journey. It also helps families like us, because what was happening is the family community who had been through this, we were the ones getting every call. And I still get the calls, and I'm there to help. But I'm not a scientist, and what Chad experienced is very different than what is out there now. So I'm able to send them to a medical professional who can hold their hand, and then I can help with the emotional support if they want to talk to somebody like me who has lost a child, because initially I didn't want to do that. So I think that we've grown in ways that, Michigan has been a huge part of it, but I think it's even bigger than Michigan now. It's bigger than Chad now. It's about all of these families and us being able to honor them and working together to change the future of this disease.
That's incredible. It really is. And I know, and I'll just leave the last question to Cindy. I know that from how this foundation started, what's neat is last year was the 50th reunion of the 73 team. And as one of them said, hey, we're getting older. We can't wait another 5 years to get back together. So they had the 51st reunion. They're here today, and they're all coming to our event tonight. You have about 30 former players, so you see the engagement there. But then as you've grown, you've seen the engagement of cross institutions. We have actually 2 scientists here right over there, one from UIC, one from the University of Iowa that are with us. So Cindy, can you just kind of comment on, as you've seen this foundation grow, and then at the end just kind of give a rah-rah to some of the students here that are just starting this journey with rare disease advocacy?
He threw me a low ball. I'm going to think about that for a second. But I know we're running out of time, and I'm going to not answer his question. I'm going to tell you the impact that Notre Dame has had on our work, okay? It has just been so far, so reaching, and I'm gonna give you a quick little example of the Notre Dame family and how it has come to help us, okay? And my husband and I, we went on a walk, a pilgrimage, about a month ago right now, yeah, a month ago in September, we were walking the Camino de Santiago. It's a pilgrimage to St. James, okay? So the very first morning, we come out of our restaurant in Soria, and there's a man there with the Notre Dame hat on. So we do the Go Irish, right? And we start to talk to him. And it turns out he wasn't even a Notre Dame graduate, but his father was a Subway alumni, loved Notre Dame, and now his son, who's about our age, also loved Notre Dame. So we exchanged names, Bob and Kitty, and Mike and I. That was the extent of our conversation. But when we exchanged names, we said, Mike Parsegian, Cindy Parsegian, and they go, are you related to the coach? We said, yeah, he's the son. That was it. 3-minute conversation. We go on our pilgrimage. They go on theirs. And unbeknownst to us, Bob and Kitty had talked on the flight over to Spain that they were going to make a donation to some cause, but they were going to let the Camino tell them what that cause was. So we go on our way. They go on theirs. They get to the arch right in front of the cathedral in Compostela. And there's another Notre Dame guy, another Notre Dame hat. They say, Go Irish. So they start talking, and it turns out, and the Bob we met says to this other Notre Dame guy, well, I met the coach's son and his wife. Well, this gentleman says, well, I know the Parsegians. And he told him our story. He told him our family journey and how we fundraised for this cause. Bob and Kitty decided the Camino had told them what they would donate to. So 2 weeks go by, and they made a meaningful gift to us here at Notre Dame. And it was that Notre Dame connection that runs deep and wide and is so strong. So I just want you to know that what you're doing out here for not only rare disease families and patients, but for the general medical community, you're making a difference. You're making Notre Dame proud. Thank you.
As you can see, Cindy makes my job very easy when it comes to fundraising. So I don't have to do anything. She just handles all of it. But anyways, it has been a pleasure. It has been an honor. Thank you so much for both joining us up here. Barb, I think we're a little bit over, so we don't have time for any questions, even though I have a ton of questions. So thank you again.
Thank you.
My name is Sam Dreyer, and I graduated from Notre Dame in 2023, where I majored in neuroscience and minored in science and patient advocacy. During my year off from school, I worked at Rush University Medical Center as a clinical research coordinator, where I did work in rare neurological diseases, specifically Niemann-Pick type C and Rett syndrome. Now I am currently a medical student at Loyola University Chicago Stritch School of Medicine, and I will be graduating in 2028. I think the most valuable lesson I learned through the patient advocacy minor was to be able to identify areas of unmet need in underserved populations. And the way that the minor does this is through direct patient interactions. So being able to hear from caregivers and the patients themselves really put things into an entirely new perspective for me. And it really made me take a step back and reflect and to think, how can I best serve these patients as a student now and as a medical student and doctor in the future? And I think that this value is really important in treating patients of every kind, but especially the rare disease community, because personalized medicine is so important in rare disease. So I really think that everything I learned in the patient advocacy program will allow me to reach new levels as a physician in the future.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tim Tyson, and I'm currently a junior studying science business with minors in patient advocacy and global health. I am also one of the peer leaders with the Patient Advocacy Initiative. I am honored to introduce our next panelists. Before they dive more deeply into their own stories and tell us more about how their experiences have motivated them to create a positive impact on the rare disease community. This next panel will be moderated by Professor Barb Calhoun. Laura McLinn is a rare disease mom and advocate. She is the founder of the Best Day Ever Foundation, a nonprofit organization that supports families living with Duchenne muscular dystrophy and other complex medical conditions. Sarita Edwards is the CEO and president of the EWE Foundation, a global healthcare advocacy organization for families living with trisomy 18 and other rare diseases. Sarita's son was diagnosed in utero with full trisomy 18, which began her efforts of advocacy and public policy. And finally, Chris Ostertag. Chris is the bereaved father of Hans, who had peroxisome biogenesis disorder, also known as Zellweger spectrum disorder. Chris holds a PhD in theology and healthcare ethics, and he currently works as a clinical ethicist at Intermountain Health. Additionally, he currently serves as the board chair of the Global Foundation for Peroxisomal Disorders. Welcome, Laura, Sarita, and Chris. We're grateful that you're here with us today.
Thank you for being here. I'm going to jump right in, and I'd like for you all to give a little bit of an introduction of yourself. Laura, you are first, so if you could please.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm so honored to be here. I was thinking this morning, my why is sitting at this table, Jordan, who I'll talk a little bit about in a few minutes, but it's so inspiring to know that there are students interested in advocacy without that kind of why.
I'm going to give you the clicker.
Thank you so much. Okay. And I know we need to make up a little time, so I'm going to go quick through my intro. This is a picture of Jordan and I, and these are some of the hats that I personally wear. This is our family. My husband Jeff is here with us today, sitting with Jordan. We're celebrating 20 years of marriage this year. We are big Notre Dame fans, and my husband has been a Notre Dame football fan since the time he could walk and talk. My connection came last year when I started serving with Dr. Santiago Schnell, who's the Dean of Science here, on the Rare Disease Advisory Council. And quick fun fact, our 3 children are all named after Joe Montana. So I'll take you super quick through Jordan's 11-year journey, actually 15-year journey living with Duchenne. I'll go through these pictures really quick in order, and the first one is a picture of Jeff and I when Jordan was in my belly, and he was already living with Duchenne. We just didn't know it. The next photo is when Jordan was 3, almost 4, diagnosed with Duchenne muscular dystrophy, words we had never heard before. We had to learn how to pronounce them. We had to learn what that meant. The next photo is a picture of Jordan with his doctor. We started traveling out of state after Jordan's diagnosis to try to seek out the best care possible. When Jordan was 5, I made a resume for him to get a job. And so at 5 years old, he interviewed and had 2 job offers in his stocking on Christmas morning. So we started. I realize now, not at the time, that that was actually my first step into becoming an advocate. The resume talked about Duchenne. It kind of went viral, so lots of people were reading the word Duchenne who had probably never heard that before. We did dip our toes a little bit into some state and federal advocacy work. So the picture on the right is us giving a testimony together. And then we were given no hope when Jordan was first diagnosed. We were told there were no approved therapies for Duchenne. We were told probably nothing would happen in our son's lifetime. We were given a short life expectancy. But Jordan did make it into a clinical trial. And so if you move to the bottom photos, you see Jordan starting a clinical trial. A little later, you see him walking out of Lurie's Children's Hospital after we made weekly trips to Chicago from Indianapolis for him to participate and get a weekly infusion. At week 180, that drug was approved through the FDA accelerated approval pathway. The next photo is from last week. Jordan received infusion 394. Now he gets those infusions at home. This is a drug designed to slow the progression of Jordan's muscular dystrophy. It's not a cure. We do have 8 FDA-approved therapies now for Duchenne, many others coming up in the pipeline. I'm now homeschooling Jordan. He wants to be a chef and go to business school. That's a photo of him. And we also founded a nonprofit called the Best Day Ever Foundation. Unlike many of the organizations you'll hear about today, we're not funding research, but we are helping families live their best days ever while they're living with a rare disease. And we host a monthly program called Living Our Best Lives with Duchenne that pulls families together, helps family connect and learn about resources.
Excellent. Click it ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chris Ostertag, and that's a picture of me and my son Hans. So Hans, he died last year, age 5, just before his 6th birthday, and I'll talk about him. But just briefly, so I do serve on, so he had a rare disease called Zellweger's, which is a peroxisomal disorder, and I serve on the board for the Global Foundation for Peroxisomal Disorders, currently serving as our board chair. And then I also work in clinical ethics and healthcare. So I work in Denver. We recently moved out there, but lived most of Hans's life in St. Louis. So Hans had his rare disease, kind of goes by some different names. Clinically, like the coding is Zellweger syndrome, but it's one of this group of rare peroxisomal disorders. And Hans was diagnosed when he was 3 months old. And, you know, this rare disease impacted him in really profound ways. So Hans, he had seizures, he had a feeding tube, he had liver disease, global developmental delays, never really was able to sit up or stand up or anything like that because of his, some of the neurological issues and muscular issues that he had. But one of the things that I always try to do, and I did this when Hans was with us, and I do it now, is really sharing the joy that he brought us and those around him. You know, I think, you know, in our journey, because of my graduate school at St. Louis University, I was able to spend some time talking with like medical students at SLU and nursing students and others. And I think really just trying to change the narrative around this particular rare disease. And I know a lot of us as advocates, we try to do the same within our own rare disease space. Because I think that, you know, when you read, you know, case reports or some of the medical literature around any of these rare diseases, it kind of paints a particular picture. But then you actually get to know the patients and the people impacted by these diseases, and you see so much more than just a constellation of symptoms and tests and things that are challenging them, but really the joy that they bring and the profound impact that they can have. So Hans, he was such a happy little guy early in his life. You would always hear him kind of babbling about and laughing in the back. But as his disease progressed, he did lose a lot of the skills that he did gain. And towards the end of his life, we had a lot of difficulties around pain control, spent lots of time in the hospital. And I think for us, kind of reflecting on our journey, I think that, palliative care is something that has had a profound impact on our life. And I think that it's something that just in talking with other parents of children with rare diseases, it's not something that's always accessible. So I think, whenever we can share our stories and kind of shine a light on some of these difficulties with respect to access is really, really important. But yeah, so Hans passed away last year, and we do miss him every day. But his life continues to shine on, and the impact that he has will continue to unfold. I mentioned the Global Foundation for Peroxisomal Disorders, and one really cool thing that our foundation does is we do this family and scientific conference usually every other year. And we try to bring students, pre-professional students, PT, OT, SLP, pre-med, pre-nursing, students to our conference to help, to get them to know and experience what, children and adults living with peroxisomal disorders are like. And at our conference this past May, we actually had 2 Notre Dame students, which was really great to have. And they joined us in DC for our conference. So really happy for that experience as well. So we'll talk more, but I'll pass this on to Sarita.
Thank you. So back in 2016, my husband Kareem and I, we learned that we were pregnant with our 5th child. Around 22 weeks, we got his diagnosis of Edwards syndrome, or trisomy 18. We were told that he would pass away in utero during the delivery process or shortly after birth. In 2017, March of 2017, Elijah was born alive, but with an extensive list of medical challenges. We were told that he was not worth the medical resources. We were told that enjoy our time, that he would probably die soon again. We were denied newborn screening, just all the stuff that traditional childbirth and prenatal care and postnatal care looks like. We had experienced this 4 other times, so we knew what to expect, but we did not receive that for Elijah. So in 2019, we started the EWE Foundation, the Elijah Wayne Edwards Foundation. And the goal with the foundation is to provide support to families navigating a journey like this, but also to shake up the healthcare system. We wanted to change the narrative about trisomy 18 and take a more individualized approach, understanding the high mortality rate of this diagnosis. We knew the science, but we also wanted doctors to look at the individual patient, our son Elijah being one who was born alive. We currently offer 3 core programs where we provide support to families. We've done work with great institutions like Notre Dame, but we also want to get into the healthcare space. Currently, there is no cure or treatment for trisomy 18, and we're hoping to change that one day. Today, Elijah is 7 years old. He is in the 2nd grade. We have about 23 specialists that we see, but Elijah is alive, and we know that our advocacy is what pushed us here. And so I'm just really excited for today's conversation, and I'll turn it back over to Barb so we can get started.
Thank you all for sharing. It's incredible. You know, all 3 of you have worked in some capacity with the students in the minor, so I appreciate you taking the time to educate them and also letting them into your lives and stories and experiences. So Chris, I'm going to start with you. Any rare disease diagnosis is isolating for patients and families. When did you find your community?
Yeah, I remember, because we had a kind of typical uneventful pregnancy, so weren't really expecting anything out of the ordinary when Hans was born. And then Hans was born, and we immediately got referred to genetics, and then, long story short, got a diagnosis at 3 months old. They told us he had this disease that we had never heard of. They told us that there's no treatment or cure, that about half of the children diagnosed with this disorder die before their first birthday. And as a parent, there's just no way to process that or handle that. But what I am really thankful for in our experience is as soon as we got that diagnosis, of course, the first thing we did is went on Google and Googled it and found there's a foundation, the Global Foundation for Peroxisomal Disorders. On Facebook, there was a private parents page. So we immediately got connected with other families. And when Hans was born, we were in St. Louis, and I remember we got the diagnosis on like a Thursday, and that Saturday we met a family that lived about an hour away from us. So in retrospect, I'm really grateful that we had a community to go to. My heart really goes out to all of the undiagnosed patients and families who spend their life looking for that community, for that family. Because in our experience, the GFPD and other families that have this same lived experience, it's a family you never want to have, but it's a family you need more than ever. And in some real ways, of course, my own family, my wife's family, they love Hans, they love us, but in a real sense, they don't really get it the way that other families do. And whenever we can connect with other families in our GFPD family, you don't have to filter things. There's a shared understanding that you can really get to the difficulties and just kind of air things out and just talk about things that, among others, even your own family would be uncomfortable. So for us, we were just so grateful to have this family, and I think one of the things that I really appreciate, especially now that we're part of another family, which is the bereaved family, the bereaved part of our organization, is trying to maintain a connection with those families, because for so many of our rare diseases, that's a path that most of us have to take, and often a lot earlier than we would ever hope. But trying to find a way to still build community and connect with those families who are bereaved. And then for me, it's always been therapeutic to talk about it, when Hans was with us, and to share his story. And now it just takes on a new form of, trying to share that story and trying to be there for other families that have even living children right now.
Absolutely. And I'm going to jump to Sarita, because I want to ask this question before I switch gears a little bit. But what was the turning point for you? When did you decide that you needed to take steps beyond just the caregiving mode and to make, a broader impact for your child and for other families?
So for me, Elijah spent the first 7 months of his life in hospice care. And the difficulty for me, my professional background is in healthcare. And I have such a high regard for the healthcare space. When the healthcare system tells you your child is not worth medical resources, something activates in you. After spending 7 months in hospice care, we were told that we needed to stop life-sustaining measures. We needed to stop calling doctors ourselves. We needed to stop making appointments ourselves, because there was going to be a conflict with our health insurance. They could not provide care for hospice, and we were trying to pursue interventions. So I knew we needed to do something more, because we were the only ones seemingly fighting for my son to live. That's when we talked about bereavement support. That was the initial goal of our foundation, to provide some level of bereavement support, because that's the path that we thought we were on. Elijah kept living. And so that changed the entire focus of our organization. We still provide bereavement support, but he is truly our blueprint. Every milestone that he reaches, we infuse it into the work that we do. So for me, I knew that we needed to do more, because we were the only ones fighting for him. And we wanted to help support that fight for other families.
So I want to take the next question pertaining to newborn screening, because it kind of falls in line with that. RUSP is the Recommended Uniform Screening Panel, which is a list of conditions that the federal government recommends states test for in the newborn period. So Laura, in speaking about that, when Jordan was diagnosed 11 years ago, there were no therapies available for Duchenne. Now they have 8 FDA-approved therapies, and yet DMD is still not included on the RUSP list. Why is it crucial to add DMD to this newborn screening?
Well, it's crucial because, like you said, we now have 8 FDA-approved therapies. We have so many more coming up in the pipeline. There are clinical trials available. We're learning more and more about the importance of early intervention and things that you can do early. Even though the average age of diagnosis, I think, is between 3 and 5, I still meet families all the time that aren't diagnosed until much later. So it's very important. And the other thing that I would like to mention about newborn screening, if it's okay, is Duchenne is not on the federal RUSP yet, but states do have the ability to add things to their newborn screening panels before it's on the RUSP. In Indiana, we are a state that, historically speaking, if it's on the federal RUSP, we add it. But we've had some conditions added because it was passed through the legislature, CRAB-A, SMA, but now Indiana has a new, unique pathway whereby just an average person like myself can actually submit a nomination for a condition to be considered, and I actually nominated Duchenne this year, so it is in the queue. And I'm also excited to share that Niemann-Pick is in the queue. So it is possible for this to happen at the state level.
And it's so important that, you know, with these disorders, regardless of treatment, you know, if you can get them diagnosed earlier, you can implement all of the, you know, necessary tools that are needed to keep them at a level that promotes health rather than chasing it backwards. So I appreciate you. So Sarita, if you could give advice to other parents just starting their advocacy journey, what would be the most important lessons or strategies you would share?
You know, I would say when you think about advocacy, you know, look at it from a broad lens, right? Like, there are so many scopes to advocacy, and you have to do what feels right for you. I think a lot of times when we think about advocacy, we think about it, you know, we're making a whole bunch of noise, and we're doing legislation and all the stuff, and all of that is advocacy. But if you're just getting started yourself, I think it's important that you first explore what your goals are. You know, what do you want to do when it comes to moving the needle for your child's diagnosis, or for your diagnosis if you're the patient? Like, what do you want to do? Do you want to just raise awareness? Because that's advocacy, sharing your story and talking about it. Do you want to get in front of legislators? Because that's advocacy. You know, we speak to members of Congress several times a year about legislation that we believe can create better health outcomes for families with rare diseases. And so for me, I think it really starts with knowing what it is you want to do to some degree, and not feeling forced into a space that may be uncomfortable for you. You know, over time, I didn't choose to tell our story in the beginning. When we first got started, that made it too real for me, and I didn't want to talk about it. But when I saw that there was a need to, I saw that the healthcare space and legislators, they need to know that children with this diagnosis are living past what the science says. I chose to share our story. And so I think advocacy really starts with exploring what you want from your advocacy efforts, and then, you know, connecting with a group of people that can help you get to reach those goals.
Do you want to comment on that?
I'll just say a couple of things really quick. We have adopted a kind of a new saying in our house, and it's always talk to strangers. I talk to anybody and everybody that will listen to me. I always bring up the word Duchenne, and it's opened so many doors for us. I agree with Sarita. Find what's meaningful to you. Find your comfort zone. There are so many ways to be an advocate, whether it's giving a testimony, working on policy. I talk to the students at Jordan School, and I talk about how being an advocate really just means being a helper. So I talk to them about how to be advocates every day. So there's so many different ways to embrace advocacy. And the other thing really quick I'll say is we have, you know, done some work with policy work, and one thing that I will just advise anyone is don't make it political. Share your story, stick to what's important. Do not talk about partisan issues. You have to unite and not divide, and I think that's how you get things done.
And can I say real quick too, you know, just thinking about advocacy, you know, sometimes advocacy is staying within your home. You know, talking to the healthcare space and asking for an alternative solution when they present an idea for yourself or for your child, you know, pushing back and saying, you know, is there something else we can do? That's advocacy too, right? So don't feel the pressure of navigating an advocacy journey outside the scope of your own family. You're an advocate even then. So I just wanted to champion that for folks as well. You don't have to do a whole bunch to be an advocate, right? You just got to speak up for your kid. That's enough.
Yeah. How about you, Chris?
Yeah, and I think too, you know, there's, you know, like you both said, and I think the thing that I think about too is when you're in the middle of it, just day-to-day life, just getting through the day is more than enough, you know, so it can be really overwhelming. And I think that's where, as parents or as patients with a rare disease, I think putting yourself and your needs first is really important, and making sure that you're not always feeling the pressure to overextend, because you're already overextended in just carrying day-to-day life. But I think that's where the power of community is really great, because, again, as in the panel earlier shared, there might be other families or other patients or individuals in a different place that maybe are or have a different platform that it's easier for them or more accessible, or just more, they're able to share in a different way, and they can collectively share all of the voices. So I think that's where the power of community is so important and so powerful.
No, I totally agree. And when we're in class, I often say to the students, I know that we have de-identified records, but each and every one of these families wants their word to get out. And so even though we can't do that based on the medical, rules, we invite the families in so that they can then share their stories, because I think getting the word out is just the beginning of what can come. Don't you agree? So, Laura, there are several nonprofits focused on DMD. What inspired you to form the Best Day Ever Foundation, and what distinguishes it from others? And I'll ask the same of all of you.
Sure. So we do have a lot of great organizations in our space. Best Day Ever Foundation, for me, my inspiration was my very own family. I watched as Jordan he got his job as a firefighter. We were making trips every 3 weeks to Washington, D.C., and doing all these things. And one day I just sort of had this epiphany that we were all living with Duchenne, and my girls, they had needs, my husband had needs, our entire family had needs outside of Duchenne, but because of Duchenne, if that makes sense. So Best Day Ever Foundation, we are not funding research, but there are lots of great orgs that are, but we are actually providing resources and education to families for how to live their best lives together as a family and as a community while living with Duchenne.
Yeah, so the GFPD, the Global Foundation for Peroxisomal Disorders, there are a few other organizations kind of in the peroxisomed space, but I think that, we're kind of the largest organization in that space. And, I think one of the things, I mentioned our family and scientific conference that we do, and in our fellowship program where we bring students, pre-professional students, pre-med, pre-nursing, and we bring them in just to kind of expose them to a peroxisomal disorder so that they can see what these amazing individuals are like and their families are like. And for us, we see that as a really powerful kind of form of advocacy and education, because it's kind of informing and raising awareness among the next generation of, PTs, OTs, SLPs, medical students, doctors, nurses. And it's just a great way to kind of build those connections so that down the road when they're practicing, if they come across a patient, it won't be like, oh, this is the first time I've ever seen someone with this disorder. And as a family, it gets old really quick whenever you're having to explain to every single person that comes in the room everything about this disorder, because they've never seen it before. So I think the more we can do to raise awareness around these disorders and get students to know these amazing individuals, which I think is one of the great things about this program here at Notre Dame, is just creating this next generation of professionals and caregivers that know about individual rare diseases in those communities, and I think that's just a beautiful thing.
And really quick, I'll say, for us, we saw a need to start an organization, because when we went looking for organizations to connect with, we did not find what we were looking for. And, we wanted to try to champion and support organizations that were already present. And, and the organizations that we heard back from, they told us, we're not looking to do what you're trying to do. we give you our blessing. And now they send us patients that find them first, you know. And then some organizations, believe it or not, in the nonprofit space, there are silos. Some organizations, they want to be the only one. They don't want to work together. And we never connect with them. We never heard back from them. You know, that's just the thing. And that's okay. You know, we understand that. But for us, the need that we saw missing was support, true, practical, tangible support for families. You know, there were support groups, and so we didn't want to reinvent anything that was already present, but the financial burden that comes with navigating a rare diagnosis is extensive. And it gets really expensive. And so one of the things that we wanted to implement was a program that could help cover some of the costs of navigating a diagnosis. And so for us, what that means is we might cover, you know, rent or mortgage or utility assistance. We may cover durable medical equipment or something that your health insurance may not provide. And so we do that exclusively for our trisomy 18 families. But for the broader rare disease space, we saw that there was a need for health literacy, and health literacy not just in, you know, families, but also in the healthcare space, because the healthcare space, they look at just the science. And so we saw an opportunity to, just like every other program, you know, talk and share stories and connect them with families so they can hear, yeah, we know that this is what the science says, but, and then let those families fill in that space. And so there was an opportunity for health literacy, which led us to just thinking about who provides a lot of support to our families: social workers, nurses. They are the people who our families get a lot of their information from when it comes to looking for and finding resources. So we became a continuing education provider, an accredited continuing education provider, because we wanted to incentivize social workers and nurses and all these people for coming to our workshops and coming to our webinars to learn how to have conversations with families like ours. And so it was just a missing need. And then the bereavement support, we think that the support groups are great, but we wanted to really hone in on mental health. And so we started working with a licensed professional counselor, and through one of our programs, we're able to provide counseling services to families, whether it's the parents or the siblings, whomever that may be. We do bill insurance, but whatever their insurance doesn't cover, the family will never get a bill. We eat that cost and work directly with those counselors for those families. And so it was just a lot of missing needs, and it was important to us to not duplicate services. We would much rather support services that are already there. But we saw that there was a need to actually implement services. And so that's why we decided to start a foundation ourselves.
So I'll start with you, Laura. If you could give the students here today just a bit of advice in terms of being a parent of a great guy, Jordan, you know, what is it that you would want them to know leaving this program, knowing about rare disease? And I'll ask that of all of you.
So, so many things I can say. I think just some of the things that have resonated with me, just find your passion. There are lots of organizations doing things. I didn't really get to share what our organization does, so I'll use that to kind of answer this question too. We found an unmet need here in Indiana. I didn't realize this at the formation of Best Day Ever Foundation, but as we've evolved, we've realized how important local support is, how important it is to help families navigate home modifications, Medicaid waivers, which are different in every state. So I think that has become a passion for us because we realized that was an unmet need. So find the unmet needs, or find organizations that are working on something that you're passionate about, and always talk to strangers.
I love that. Chris?
Yeah, so I think, stay curious. The mascot for rare disease, of course, is the zebra. And I think the way that came about is there's this old saying, like, if you hear hoofbeats, think horses. But zebras have hoofs as well. And sometimes it's not a horse, it's not the everyday thing, it's the rare thing. So I think, no matter what field you're going into, no matter where you're going to practice, I think that staying curious and developing that empathetic listening and just connecting with patients and with families and hearing them out, as has been referenced several times already today, is a lot of us experience, sometimes it's a diagnostic odyssey where it goes years and lots of different centers where you're looking for answers. And if you're the person that's in one of those encounters on the other side of the table as the professional, just taking the time to show compassion and show empathy and connect with those patients and families and hear them out. I think one of the interesting things in the rare disease space is, so often the patients and the families are the experts. And I think that sometimes that can be a little bit maybe difficult to accept if you're the one with the MD or the DO. But I think that there's so much to learn from patients and from families because they are the ones living this experience. And in real ways, they are the experts on their particular disease. So I think just having that curiosity and taking the time to listen and ultimately accompanying them on their journey and doing what you can to help connect them with wherever they need to go. I think today in medicine and in healthcare, we're so compartmentalized, we're so focused on our specific organ system or symptom or what have you. But I think in so many of our cases, it really does take a holistic kind of whole person, whole family view that is so important. And I think no matter how specialized you get, I think just never lose sight of the whole patient and the whole family.
I would say, to a student, believe in your impact. I think a lot of times we look to the healthcare space for impact. We look for the science for impact. But when you're navigating a rare diagnosis, you're looking for a champion in the form of anyone. And so I think if just like Chris says, with that curiosity, if you're curious, trust that, and believe that for yourself. If you want to know more about it, lived experience and navigating that space, trust that, right? Like I think if there's a hunger and a curiosity inside of you, I say embrace that and trust the impact that you can make, because a lot of times we think it has to be huge. And sometimes some of our best strides have come from the smallest impact from someone who just wanted to support the cause. And that's even fighting for my son to live, right? And so impact, I think, is huge when it comes to navigating rare diagnoses, and it doesn't have to be big. So I would just say believe in your curiosity and trust the impact that you can bring to the space.
Thank you so much, and I know they will appreciate that. I would like to open it up if anyone has any questions. I think it's important that we ask the questions now, and if not, we can catch them later. But it's good that if everyone can hear questions that you may have. Anyone? Oh, here's one right here.
Hello. First of all, I just want to say I think it's really commendable what you guys are all doing when faced with a challenge and sort of looking to make a broader impact on your community. I had a question with regard to your experience with the medical system, both for your children and also looking into more the research space. How do you think the medical field needs to change in the future, or the research field, in order to be better equipped for families that are facing any amount of the rare diseases that exist?
I mean, I think from my perspective, that's a big question, first of all, but I think it's a really important question, and it's a question that every organization, every patient, every family is facing in a different way. From our perspective, I think the challenge is, in our organization, we do fund some basic science research, and again, like many rare diseases, kind of hoping that someday there's something like a gene therapy available. But that's tens of millions of dollars down the road, potentially decades down the road. And, my son died last year. So, what can we do now to help individuals faced with these disorders? And I think that for patient advocacy organizations, that's always the struggle, is balancing what can we do to have the most impact now while also hoping for that home run or that touchdown, for the Notre Dame football analogy. Like, what can we do to get to that cure? But we don't want to just focus on that and then leave all the people now. So I think that's where it's a both and. It's focusing on both, but I think it's really important to see whatever you can do to focus on the now. And it might not be huge things in terms of treatments or therapies. It might just be starting or establishing centers of excellence, for particular rare diseases at centers where they can go and it's not a wholly unfamiliar diagnosis. Like that's where you can collect kind of the expertise. In our case, we don't have any centers of expertise yet. That's something we're hoping to get. But really, like, we've tried to focus on, for our new families that get connected with us, how can we connect them with other families regionally, and then importantly, connect them with other providers regionally, so that, again, they can at least go to some people that maybe have cared for other patients with this disorder before. So I think from my perspective, that's kind of the, focusing on the cures and the treatments is important, and that takes time and it takes lots of research and money. But not losing sight of the now is what I would say.
And to add to that, I would piggyback off what Chris said. I think it's also important to look at the individual patient. I think trisomy 18 is documented in a lot of places as still incompatible with life. And because of the high mortality rate of it, statistically only 5 to 10% of infants, babies born with the diagnosis will live past their first birthday. And so we know that there's a high mortality that comes with it. But I think what our healthcare space can do differently is when a baby is born, assess that individual child, and if they are showing signs of activity, of development, even though delayed, but if they are showing signs and activities and development contrary to the science of vegetative state, then I think we have to explore that. And I say that because, for us, like my son, he was breathing, but they didn't want to do anything for him. He was born alive, but they didn't want to do anything for him. Like, they did not want to do any level of life-sustaining intervention, and it was only because of the diagnosis. And so I think we have to move past just the diagnosis, right? Like, we have to take that into account. We have to consider all the statistics that come with it. I get the evidence-based practice and research and all the stuff, and we get it, right? But because he was born alive and he was showing looking like he was gonna thrive a little bit, that was worth exploration that we did not get. So I think the healthcare space needs to look at the individual patient, and they need to have more conversations with the families about what the outcomes are, right? Like rather than just say, this is what you can expect, enjoy your time, he'll die, ask me what I want. Like, what are your goals for your child who was born alive? You know what I mean? Like, just have those conversations, and I just don't think that that's happening enough. So at the lower level, I think that's what the healthcare space can start off by doing, including the patient in the decision-making process for the child. That's what I would say.
So just really quick, 4 words: we are best together. I say this all the time. In Duchenne, we have multidisciplinary clinics where it's very convenient for the families. They go for a 1 or 2 day appointment. All of the specialists come to them. But the beautiful thing that's happening is in the hallway, all of those specialists are together talking about our child. They're taking that time. And I think if we had more of that and less being in a bubble, even when it comes to developing treatments for rare disease, we need more researchers, scientists, doctors talking and sharing, because that's how we keep moving forward, and that's how we're gonna find cures for these diseases.
That's a really good point. I mean, we need more researchers. Yes. We need more researchers, and You know, and maybe y'all think about that. You're in school, think about that. Like that's something that's very critical for the rare disease space. The need for people to want to study the science. And I'm old, but guess what? I'm working on my doctorate right now for the purpose of advancing research that I just don't see happening in our patient community. And so we need more researchers to look at it.
Any other questions? Oh, right here.
Thanks. Thank you. I shared this with Barb. Our son was, haven't cried for 2 weeks. Our son was diagnosed 6 weeks ago, and with a rare genetic mutation, and Barb has been phenomenal, but it was the simplest thing that his developmental pediatrician down at Riley, after 3 years of all of his specialists saying, let's just wait and see, his developmental pediatrician said, let me make sure I'm not missing anything. And it was that simple act that led him to do a whole genome sequencing that found this mutation. And so for the students who are going into the space and for any medical professionals, it really is don't take the let's wait and see approach, because you don't have time, right? Like if there is something underlying, you don't have time to just wait and see. Some of these things might, I had never heard a constellation before one of his doctors. Our little guy had all of these random different things and nothing fit together. But with this gene mutation, everything fit together. And we would have never known if his doctor didn't just go one step further. So that would be my advice.
You want to comment?
And don't be sorry for your tears, right? Like, you know, I think, like I find myself emotional sometimes, and I tell people, like, these are not tears of sadness all the time. Sometimes they are, but sometimes these are tears remembering the process, remembering where you started, and then being grateful for where I am, right? And so I think I applaud your tears, and I think we just, out of habit, a lot of times we say sorry, but don't be sorry for your tears. No. I'm right there with you, Mom, right there with you.
Everyone's crying now.
I
Chris,
have a question. 8 approved therapies for Duchenne, that's impressive. So, best practices that you can share with us? I mean, how were you able to achieve that many for a rare disease?
Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, our community coming together. I remember our first approved therapy. We had an FDA AdCom meeting. This doesn't happen for every drug, but when that happened, our entire community came together. I can't remember how many people were there. I was honored to be able to give a testimony, and I was able to read a letter from our United States Senator at the time, who's here, Joe Donnelly. You're going to hear from him. But I'll never forget the day that he called me and said, Laura, I have a letter. I can't make it to the AdCom. Would you read this for me? And I was able to stand up and read that letter. So it was so many people coming together, lawmakers, families, doctors, scientists. And I think once you have that one therapy, and I believed this with all my heart then, and I still do, that wasn't a therapy that my son could benefit from, but it opened the door for others. And that was approved through the accelerated approval pathway. I think we have two drugs now, I hope I'm not misspeaking, that have a full FDA approval, but the accelerated approval pathway has really opened up a lot of opportunity for our therapies to be approved.
And I think one thing I'll add, so for paroxysomal disorders, we don't have any approved treatments or therapies, but one thing that we were able to do at our past Family and Scientific Conference in May is we had the FDA come and we had an externally led patient-focused drug development session. And those sessions, I think, are so important because you hear the voice of the patient and the families where they talk about what is a day in the life like, what are the priorities, like what are the struggles in terms of activities of daily living, what are the struggles that caregivers are experiencing. Because I think for a lot of rare diseases, you know, there's often a lot going on, and like in the case of Zellweger's, like the mutations at the cellular level, so it affects everything. So even thinking about a targeted gene therapy is difficult because it's like, well, we'd have to do retina, we'd have to do liver, we'd have to do all these things. So I think the first starting point is getting the community together and then finding a way to get the right people to listen. And I know like the feedback that we got from the FDA at our May meeting in DC was they had no idea. Like they did their research, on this disorder, but it completely opened their eyes hearing from patients, from families, from bereaved parents like myself. And I think that's an important first step is bringing everyone together, because even within one particular rare disease, there are often different priorities, different challenges, unique challenges sometimes. And I think that it's really important for all of us to create a platform where all of those voices are heard.
And real quick, if I can just piggyback off Chris, we're in that similar situation in terms of research for a cure. We have been told, we've had several conversations with scientists and researchers, and right now they're saying there's no viability of research for us because of what this condition does to the body. They don't even think research is even viable. They don't think that there's anything that can change the trajectory of what it does to the infant body. And so for us, one of my questions to them was, well, what if we look at it just from a gene therapy focus? And I know I'm just super adventurous here, and I understand the financial piece of it, but gene therapy in utero. And even everybody in the room, like their eyes open, they were like, whoa, wait a minute, like you're taking us really fast here. But I think that's what we need to start thinking about, right? Like thinking about how can we, if there's opportunity of correction, that may be in utero for some diagnoses, right? And so I think, just what Chris was saying, I think it really starts with honestly having the conversation, but then exploring every possibility, even if it's so out of the ballpark, that there's no way for us to do that right now. That doesn't mean we can't start talking about it, because it may be my daughter who's an advocate. It may be her who gets it done. It may not be in my lifetime, but we're starting the conversation now. So,
I love this. We could go on forever. I want to thank you all for being here and sharing your story. And I will ask that if anyone has additional questions, to feel free. I'm speaking for you, but to feel free to reach out to them either today or let me know, and I can give you their emails. I wanted you to know that the students have been working with you, and I appreciate that even more than anything, because beyond what you're doing here today, you're teaching our future generation. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Christian Yoder. I graduated from the University of Notre Dame this past May, and while I was at Notre Dame, I studied neuroscience and behavior, and I was in the minor in science and patient advocacy. I am now a first-year medical student at the University of Cincinnati College of Medicine in Cincinnati, Ohio. The most valuable lesson that I learned during my time in the patient advocacy program was how much knowledge and expertise rare disease patients and their families possess. I had the opportunity to hear from countless patients and families throughout the minor program, and each one of these talks left me in awe of how much work and research it takes to ensure a rare disease patient gets the proper care. Since most physicians that a patient and their family interact with will know less about the disease than the family themselves. I heard time after time how much this experience led to quicker diagnoses, better, more compassionate treatment, and overall, more positive outcomes for the patients. As a future physician, these experiences were formative for me in the way that I will approach my future interactions with all patients, and especially my rare patients. Taking the extra time in an appointment to understand and appreciate the knowledge that a patient and their family have will go a long way, and I am so excited to learn from my future patients as I'm treating them. The patient advocacy minor influenced my career path by cementing that I want to spend the rest of my life working with patients. My experience in the program, and especially the Patient Partnership Project, gave me a great foundation for talking to patients and understanding their history and their experiences. Even now, early in medical school, I find myself thinking back to the discussions that I had during the Patient Partnership Project and how they're helping me in the standardized patient encounters that I complete each week. Getting a full understanding of who my patients are is integral to delivering them the best care possible, and I am so grateful to the Patient Advocacy Program for giving me the opportunity to practice these skills.
Thank you. We are now going to take a 15-minute break, and then we'll reconvene at 11:30.
Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching.
Are you ready?
Hello, everyone. My name is Mackenzie Kelleher, and I'm a senior studying neuroscience and behavior and patient advocacy. I also serve as one of the peer leaders for the Patient Advocacy Initiative. It is my honor to introduce our next speakers, both of whom have made remarkable contributions to the rare disease community and beyond. They will be engaging in a fireside chat about legislative priorities in rare disease. First, we have John F. Crowley, CEO of the Biotechnology Innovation Organization, or BIO, and a rare disease father. His personal connection to the rare disease world began when 2 of his children were diagnosed with Pompe disease. John's journey has been one of perseverance and innovation, leading him to co-found Advocacy Therapeutics, a biopharmaceutical company focused on rare diseases, among several other roles. Today, as the leader of BIO, he continues to champion scientific breakthroughs in patient advocacy. Joining him is Joe Donnelly, former U.S. Senator and Ambassador. Throughout his career, Ambassador Donnelly has been a dedicated advocate for healthcare access and support for those living with rare diseases. His leadership in helping craft critical legislation has paved the way for greater patient advocacy and support for families affected by rare conditions. Please join me in welcoming Ambassador Joe Donnelly and Mr. John Crowley.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for the warm introduction. And Joe, it's great to be up with you here with you. And I first met you, it was Senator Donnelly. And then it was in Rome a year and a half ago, Ambassador Donnelly, was that you were ambassador to the Holy See. And now to have
I can't
you here,
hold the job.
I was going to say, and we miss you in both roles, so it's great to be here. When we talked to Barb, we decided that we wouldn't do a moderated talk, that you and I would come up and talk about policies and laws and legislation. And when you see that in the agenda, that's probably something you think, oh, this is a good time to make some phone calls, because it doesn't have to do with science or medicine or patient advocacy. And I hope we can make the case that it has everything to do with science and advocacy. And Joe, maybe, I don't know if you want to start and give your perspective on.
Sure.
Go ahead, please.
That is the best sound in the whole world. I love little kids so much. You can put 20 of them here, and I would just play with them.
That's my 2-year-old granddaughter in the back in the note. Stella, wave to Papa. Hi.
I was on the road yesterday, a couple of states away, and my daughter called at about 8:15, and she said, our granddaughter's name is Josephine, and she said, Joey wants to talk to you. I said, oh, how exciting. I said, Joey, how are you? She goes, where did you put my blue cup? So it's so much fun, but this is so important what you do. You are the engine in every way. And I'm going to tell a little bit of the story as it unfolds about the McClin family and Jordan and how we worked together to try to get the right to try legislation passed, how that happened. And it was because of all of you, that you are the most powerful engine there is to move things forward at either the state or the county or the federal level, because we all work for you. And you know, you see all this terrible stuff on TV, this fight, that fight, whatever. But on this level, every legislator, or almost every legislator, takes it so seriously. When you tell me there's someone who's at Riley, or there's someone who's coming from Muncie, and they have a challenge, the door is wide open because you work for them. And how can we help solve a problem?
Absolutely. I've always, the advocates are the ones who help us raise the awareness, the education, and make this human, to take it out of the numbers and PowerPoints and the politics, frankly, right? If there's one area where there's no blue, no red, or shouldn't be, this is it. But it is immensely important Because when you think about what it takes to make newer and better medicines, particularly in the rare diseases, where small numbers, of course, challenging biology, science is always so hard, it's a virtuous circle of innovation that always has the family, the caregiver, the patient, the child, the adult in the middle. But it almost always starts with university research, and that's one of our great strategic assets, that the incredible system of universities and the NIH-sponsored research that we have, where great science, fundamental science, begins. But medicines ultimately get developed in small businesses, typically, companies. As I started a biotech company when our kids were diagnosed, and you need money to do that, startup capital, and then you got to attract a lot more money, and oftentimes tens or hundreds of millions, sometimes billions of dollars. You need big companies. You need the FDA, the regulators involved to do all that. And if you go all the way around that circle with every part that's involved, you could do something pretty extraordinary, and that's to go from an idea to a new molecule or repurpose an existing molecule to come up with a meaningful treatment that extends and enhances life, gives people, our children, many of us, time with the people we love, and that's kind of the goal. So it's time and quality of life, but it gives all of us in this ecosystem a chance typically to go back to the drawing board and to think, how do we do it again till we get to a cure? And we need to think about every part of that ecosystem has to work. And when you do, it's incredibly rare, right, to go from that idea to a molecule to an approved medicine. But every part of it has to work. And this is where policy is so important. So if you start at the top and think about, we need money. We need money for universities, for research. We need money from not-for-profits funding some great basic research. Our startup companies need money. That's all policy. A lot of it is tax policy. It may seem very basic, but the deductibility of charitable donations. That may be threatened again next year when there's massive tax reform. We need to defend that. Tax credits for investment in orphan diseases, incredibly important, because without that early seed capital, it fails. And you think about the Orphan Drug Act, that's only 40 years old right now. That provided a system of largely private-based incentives to bring capital into research and development for rare diseases. It's been an incredible piece of legislation. Before that, there were very, very few rare disease medicines developed. Now we have hundreds of rare disease drugs. But still, for the time that I've been doing this, it's the same facts and figures for 10, almost 20 years now, that it's, 95% still don't have treatments, and all the statistics we know. We need to think about how do we extend the orphan laws and build upon it. And I'd love your thoughts, Joe, on the Orphan Drug Act and the incentives, and when you thought about it as United States Senator, policies that will advance this ecosystem. Well,
I am blessed that Cindy and Mike are my classmates from Notre Dame, class of a while ago. And
it was in the 1900s.
They are two of my heroes for their incredible courage, their incredible hard work, their willingness to go out and to try to raise information, to try to raise awareness. And that's so important. That kind of work. When I was senator, so I was blessed to represent the state of Indiana. And as you know, you try to do everything you can every day. And we would get 5 or 6 requests for every 15-minute slot of time. And so how do you make sure that you're heard? And if I had one thing to say, I would say don't be shy. Don't be shy and go, well, I can't go there. And you're the bosses of the people who work in Washington. Laura McClin is the epitome of don't be shy. We were so fortunate to get to meet each other. I met Laura at the State of the Union address. And I didn't know about Duchenne's muscular dystrophy and the effort being put in there. And she was with Congressman Marlon Stutzman, a Republican from Indiana. And he and I are great friends. You know, maybe it's changed a lot, but we all hung out together, Republican, Democrat. It never mattered. It was, how can we move the ball forward? And Laura said, I'm here on behalf of my son. Let me explain to you what's going on. We have potential legislation, and we need champions. And so I looked at it and I said, this makes all the sense in the world. And I'll just tell you a quick story. So we're looking at it saying, I think we can work on this. This makes sense. So I said to Laura, why don't we meet in my office in Indianapolis? We can go over this a little bit more. And in my mind, I'm like 90% of the way there. And Laura comes in and talks to us, talks to the team. And she said, so will you publicly come out and support this? I said, I am almost there. We've got almost all the research done. I just want to make sure of one or two things, and we'll be ready to go. And Laura said, well, I actually have 2 television stations outside of the office waiting to hear your decision. I said, I want to hire her right now is what I want to do. And I said, you know what? We don't need to do any more research. Let's go out there together. But that's the power of what you can do, and the power, like the Orphaned Diseases Act. These kind of things, when your legislator knows about them, they'll be all in. They'll be all in because it helps the people of our country. What is better than using some funds to make it so that children have possibilities? It's the best thing in the world.
It is, and maybe I'll just share a short vignette about the power of advocacy in the context of the Orphan Drug Act. So many years ago, when there was no research being done, there were no economic incentives, no rationale beyond the human rationale to invest in rare diseases. There was, some of you now, you got to be over about our age or so to remember a TV show called Quincy with an actor called Jack Klugman. See, everybody with some gray hair nodding yes. So this was a medical examiner kind of CSI show in the early days. Well, it turns out there was a mom in Connecticut, Abby Myers, and she had a son with a rare disease, Tourette's, trying to get a medicine approved, and realized there was just no system to develop rare disease medicines. Well, there was a story about it, and Jack Klugman read it, the actor. And he had produced this TV show. Turns out his brother had a rare blood disease. So they did an episode of his TV show in the early 1980s about rare diseases and somebody who had died of a rare disease and highlighting the issue. And it actually brought the attention of Congress because it was on TV. So they had hearings, but it didn't go anywhere. So the next season, they did an episode of the fictional character, Dr. Quincy, going to Capitol Hill and meeting with his members of Congress. And there's a scene at the end where he's in the office with another actor who's a tough, grizzled senator, unlike lovable Senator Donnelly. It was tough, and he gives us impassioned talk, talking about people with rare diseases, and he talked about the suffering and the needs, and he opened up the window and superimposed graphically back then were thousands of people, and most of them children in wheelchairs on crutches coming toward Capitol Hill. And he said, it's not me you need to answer to, it's going to be them. And that fictional senator said, kind of put his head down and said, Doctor, I can't support your bill, but I won't stand in its way. And in real life, 2 weeks later, they had hearings with a lot of attention, and within 6 weeks, the Orphan Drug Act was passed into law, and Ronald Reagan signed it bipartisan in the Oval Office with Democrats, Republicans around him, and he said, I only wish that with the stroke of this pen that I could also decree that the pain and suffering of people living with rare diseases would end. It didn't with the stroke of that pen, but again, it set about this marvelous system, but it's still a very imperfect system, and part of the reason I stepped away from developing medicines to run an advocacy group in Washington is because it's just that important. And we've never had a time now, 40 years later, where there is so much science, so much medicine on the horizon, to think that there was nothing in Duchenne a decade ago. And now we have multiple approved medicines that will lead to cures for Duchenne. We just have to beat time. And so now you think about policy on the other side and regulatory policy, regulatory science. We need safe and effective medicines, but we need it as fast as we can. So we need to, like we did in COVID, throw away the old playbook and realize that there is an enormous amount of human suffering, and we need these medicines, vaccines, therapies, treatments as soon as possible, and we need it for everybody. And Joe, I'd love your thoughts on FDA and regulatory science and finding that balance.
Sure, because that was kind of the crux of the whole right to try effort. What that was there were Duchenne's, ALS, across the board, different medications, different potential coming down the pipeline, but not yet to the final step. And so we had patients who couldn't wait for the final step because it was critical to their life right now. And so when Laura explained that to me, I met with Ron Johnson, the senator from Wisconsin, a Republican senator from Wisconsin. I said, Ron, I was told you are working on this. Ron had an ALS patient from Wisconsin that he met. And so he became fully engaged. And the two of us started. At that point, we had 0 sponsors on the Democrat side, 0. So how do we get there? And just what you're talking about, going through the FDA process, we would hear, it's like, okay, what are the barriers and how can we knock them down? You had barriers like the drug company saying, well, if you take this out at stage 2 and it doesn't work and they sue us, how is that fair? And I understand the question completely. And some others were saying, well, how do you make them immune from any question about liability for their work? And so those are the kind of things we looked at. And eventually, you look and you go, here's where we have to be. Help me to get there. And so we came up, putting some heads together that, people have the freedom to decide their own lives. They can make their own decisions. For our children, parents can make the decisions. And if the parents feel this is the way to have hope, to have a chance, there was an immunity put in for drugs after stage 2 that a patient chooses to use. And it was about people being able to make their own decisions instead of the government. And we went to the House, and we worked with the folks there in the Senate. At the end of the day, we got 100 Senate votes. It was 100 to nothing for this. And that's the legislative process, is everybody almost to a T wants to help. They may not know about it. They may not have heard about it. And so the best advocate is when the McClin family shows up. The best advocate is when Ron Johnson's friend shows up to talk and look you in the eye and say, all I want is the chance, just the chance. And we're willing to make our own decisions on this. And when you look, it's like, what greater calling do you have in these jobs than to serve the people of your state, than to serve your country? And here you have a chance to serve people who have immense challenges in front of them, and you can help make it a little easier.
I couldn't agree more. And we've talked a little bit about policies and laws and how important they are for bringing capital into research across the spectrum. We need more of that, and we're going to be championing next year a whole new series of laws, tax incentives, other programs that will drive more capital. Because again, medicines ultimately get developed in biotech companies. And 70% of all medicines can trace their start to early emerging startup biotech companies. They may ultimately be driven by larger companies that have more experience and resources, but that's kind of the lifeblood of where we begin. So we need more policies, and I'd ask you to look for next year a lot. They may seem like, well, why do I care about tax incentives and policies and research and development tax credits. It's fundamental. But then also we just talked about in terms of time and the FDA. We've all struggled. There are some great people who work at the FDA. I've had lots of challenges with parts of the regulatory body in years past. I mean, years of delay for no reason. And that's unbelievably frustrating. Also, too, we do these clinical trials. Again, we have to prove these medicines safe and effective, but regulatory science needs to look at medicines, particularly in our diseases, where every proposed new medicine is viewed through a risk-benefit lens. That particular medicine and this particular disease, and sometimes all the way down to this particular child, should this go forward, and do we take the chance? And we almost lost it 8 years ago in Duchenne. And when that company was struggling, when it wasn't going to get approved, when people were dissing on accelerated approvals and biomarkers, they are so essential to the drug development process, but so is necessary risk-taking. We have to take risks. We will make mistakes. We may get drugs into people that proved to ultimately not be effective, maybe even side effects we didn't foresee. But in so many of these disorders, in the absence of that, we know exactly what the outcome is going to be. So there are many, many tools and techniques and technologies in regulatory science that will allow us to make these assessments. We need to build in AI. There's some incredible stuff I've been seeing about what you could do with artificial intelligence in the regulatory review process. We also need to reimagine clinical studies. They take too long, they cost way too much money. So one of my major new initiatives next year is going to be to launch a project to reimagine the clinical trials paradigm and the entire FDA review and approval process broadly, and particularly in rare diseases. I am cautiously optimistic that we're starting to make some headway. You may have seen FDA and Dr. Marks and Dr. Cavazzoni, who are the two leaders at FDA right under the commissioner responsible for medicine review and approval, just launched a rare disease innovation hub. We have a patient conference at the end of this month. I'm going to do a fireside chat with both of them. I worked with them both before it became public on this innovation hub. It has to succeed, but it's just a start. So FDA is important. But the other part, Joe, that you talked about now is the other end of the spectrum, and that's access to medicines. Yes, access throughout the clinical trials, but we're to the point now where we're starting to see approved medicines where, okay, you've raised the capital, you've gotten the regulators on board, you've done the difficult clinical studies, you finally get that approval, and now insurance companies don't pay for it. And we've got to break that down. So how do we think about access?
Well, I think it's the same type of formula again. The whole purpose of the Affordable Health Care Act, I was in the middle of that in 2010, was how do we make healthcare more available to people? How do we make medicines more available to people? And the thing that always struck me just about the most, and one of the clear reasons for voting for it was, if you have someone in the greenhouse whose parents have millions of dollars and can get any treatment they want, and the other side of town you have someone in a yellow house with a single mom or dad who's on disability, and the two kids, the two adults, have the same medical condition and the same need for that medication or care. We're the United States of America. We're not supposed to make it so that one person can and one person can't. I served at the Vatican, and Pope Francis, one of the things he always talked about was every person is equal in the eyes of God. And so how can we not do that? How can we not make that available? And that's policy, is what it is. It is policy where you work with the insurance companies. You talk to them. Sometimes if you have to, you give them a look in the eye and say, look, here's going to be the consequences if you don't. And when you do that, you can have incredible success. So again, it is engaging in the process, letting people know, look, this medication can make Jimmy from Gas City, Indiana, he can be in a position where his life will be extended for 20 years. Jimmy just needs to be able to get this medication that's $15,000 a month. And you need to work with the insurance companies and with the pharmaceutical companies, because the pharmaceutical companies, extending that to Jimmy, they'll survive. They're not going to miss a beat. And if
love that sound, Joe.
I do. I do. But you know, here's the thing. If I was taking care of that little baby would be screaming even louder right now. But the pharmaceutical companies, part of the obligation is they need to make that available. I mean, we have as a country taken on a bit of a burden in that around the world, you know, I was over in Europe, and the price for medications there, I'm like, this is $6, it's $174 in the United States. How does this work? We've carried a lot of that load. And in return, on behalf of the pharmaceutical companies, they need to be here to make sure that every American can have access. That's also part of the Affordable Care Act, is making sure that prescriptions, that everyone has access. And so it's a work in progress, but I think if we keep that goal of, look, the person in the yellow house, person in the green house, they're both American citizens, they're both children of God, and they both have the right to live a decent life.
Amen. And what you bring up is so important, Joe, that, you know, we talk a lot about innovation and the innovation ecosystem. That's necessary but not sufficient. And again, what did we do in COVID? We said, my God, we've got to make the best vaccines in the world. And we did, because we had the power of science behind us. And we said we needed it as fast as possible, the warp speed. And we did that when no one thought we could. But what else did we do? We said we need it for everybody, universal access. And that has to be a fundamental principle, that nobody ever goes a day without the medicine they need. So part of what I've been doing, we have some of our largest pharmaceutical companies as part of my organization, included within our 1,000 biotech companies. And we are aligned that there is something different about our organizations, this industry, that, you know, there is a sacred trust and there is a moral obligation to not only make great medicines, but to get them to everybody. So that's going to be incredibly important. It takes everybody in the system. It's going to take insurance companies, biopharmaceutical companies, insurers, the government, all to figure out a way to make that work. I've got next year, one of the other initiatives we're going to roll out is thinking about bioaccess. We had the 21st Century Cures Act, phenomenal. I think we need a 21st Century Access Act with that principle that nobody ever goes without their medicine. So what are the barriers and how do we break them down? And one policy I'll advocate for, copays, deductibles, co-insurance. We've seen this, you know, sometimes it's thousands or tens of thousands of dollars that makes these medicines out of reach, or people have to go on, you know, medicine holidays to try to afford it. And that's nonsense. So why are there copays for rare disease medicines? Let's do away with them. There should be no copays. So these are the ideas. We can sit down with lawmakers and policymakers and explain how this will actually not only be the right thing to do for mankind, but it's actually in all of our interest. The productivity that would be unleashed, the economic benefit. There's so many reasons to do this. So we try to think big and bold around access and to call out practices in any part of that ecosystem that block access to medicines. But again, we've got to advocate. And you know, I also have another vision. Last year we had on Rare Disease Day in Washington, we had 900 rare disease advocates in Washington. We need to work until we have 10,000. One to represent each disease, even symbolically, to be in Washington. We'd get a lot of attention for one day on the Hill with 10,000 people.
They'd all tell you we'll do whatever you want us to do.
I'll have sign-up sheets and a bus ready.
It truly is the faces of our people, of our country. You know, that's the biggest driving factor. If I have 52 companies that want to meet about this or this or this or this or this. Or I have a family from Terre Haute in the lobby. The 52 are going to wait till I see the family from Terre Haute and have a chance to see, you know, how'd you get here? What are you doing? Can we take you on a tour? Can we do all of these things? Because we work for them. And you know, the people that work in these companies, we work for them too. And what they have to talk to us about is very, very important. But these are the lives of our people who are with us. And so when you think about 10,000 people on the Capitol, I promise you this, the legislators, you know, there's stairwells you can look out, and there's balconies you can look out. They'd be looking out and seeing all of you. And if you had the 10,000 and you had a sign that said Indiana, and there's 200 there, and you had California, and there's 400 there, all the California legislators would go whomp right over there to talk to them, to engage with them. And in effect, you would take the 200 from Indiana, you'd find a room, and every single member of Congress, every single House member, every single senator, all their staffers, the governor might fly out to meet with you to talk about what you want to see happen, to make sure there's equal access, to make sure there's adequate funding, to make sure that there's a chance, as you talked about, the risk reward or the risk process, that's proper as well. I assure you, everybody would come to see you. And they'd set up 50 rooms around the Capitol, and every legislator would be there. And the president, whoever he or she might be, would come and see everybody and say hello, because it's the right thing to do. And it also sends a message to the insurance companies. It sends a message to the pharmaceutical companies. We are fully engaged in this. We want you to be successful, and we want our citizens, our members from our state, to have access. And so what you're talking about is a pretty good plan. And I know a local bus provider around here. So you let me know.
We're going to find 10,000 friends.
I won't drive, but you'll be better off if I don't.
All right. So, Barb, I think we're at our time.
Hi, thanks so much. My name is Maureen, and I'm a parent of a rare young adult. The legislative priorities you're talking about, is that available publicly so we know how to call our own members of Congress and senators in our home states to ensure that they're prioritizing that?
It will be. You know, there's great organizations. I saw Charlene from Global Genes here has been a great advocate. I will tell you, in the near term, its renewal of the Pediatric Review Voucher Program is critical for the ultra rare disease research. It was temporarily extended. It was set to expire September 30th, temporarily extended to December 20th. We're hopeful it'll be in a year-end budget reconciliation package. And then when we come into the new year, there's a whole host of legislative priorities. So I think we'll have more to come after the new year on that, Maureen.
Hi, Harry Kujayan. Thank you for all you do, by the way, for the rare disease community. You know, as Cindy said earlier, last month we finally, after many years, had several drugs approved for Niemann-Pick type C, but the journey was not very easy. And in many cases, my personal opinion was that the FDA was a big hindrance to this whole process.
You're right.
So, you know, having the availability of the 21st Century Cure Act and, you know, accelerated, you know, and the ability to design trials, you know, flexibility. You know, I guess one thing I would like to bring up is, you know, Dr. Sean Cassidy just released published an article called Matter of Life and Death about the insistence of the FDA still wanting long-term placebo-controlled trials for rare disease drugs. So, which is, I think, it's very cruel. So when you guys are in your room, if you can please, you know, at least consider the fact that make it easy on, you know, these kids that have to be stuck in a 3-year placebo-controlled trial and not get the drug while others do.
It's unconscionable. Absolutely. And this, of all the roadblocks that we've identified, this is number one, fixing regulatory science. And it's as much about culture and leadership. And we've spent a lot of time on it. Now is the inflection point. We've got to be much more intensely focused, and it's going to take the right leadership, and it's going to take our voices and leadership in Congress to guide the FDA on how they need to think about risk-benefit assessments.
Hi, my name is Courtney Tracy. I'm a rare disease mom. Thank you guys for being here and for putting this on, Barb. My comment/question is just talk to Charlene. I know there's a lot of support for patient advocacy groups. I'm representing one today. And when you talk about the green and the yellow house, wondering if there's any legislation around funding for patient advocacy groups, specifically because when you talk about drugs that are available, even not new drug development. For example, my son has Cohen syndrome. He has congenital neutropenia. And so when we tell our other families, there is a drug that's available, you can have these Neupogen injections that will help raise their white blood cell counts, but you need to tell the doctor exactly this test to run. You're looking at the absolute neutrophil count. You know, there's all this specific jargon because we went in and were told, your son's fine, he doesn't need to go on that medication because his counts are fine. And so really the patient advocacy groups are the ones that, you know, the person in the greenhouse maybe has more resources to be able to ask the right questions and learn that they need to ask this question in the right way. But the person in the yellow house, if they can find the PAG, the patient advocacy group, and we can disseminate that type of information, then they can go ask the right questions and get the drugs and get on a level playing field. And I just wanted to kind of, to former Senator Donnelly and anybody that isn't aware kind of the importance of the patient advocacy groups, that's something that we do every day. So I just want to thank you.
Sarita Edwards, EWE Foundation. So just kind of to piggyback off what she was saying, as a representative of a patient advocacy group, and looking at it from the greenhouse and the yellow house, but also looking at it from a lens of equity. When we think about legislative priorities, what can we do as patient advocacy groups in partnership with our government to ensure that families with Black and brown skin aren't excluded from clinical research opportunities, that they aren't excluded from access to care? Because we talk about access and we think about equity, ensuring that patients with rare diseases have it, right? But the reality is that when your skin is Black and brown, even though you have the rare disease, you still often are not included in a lot of those conversations or in receiving a lot of that care. So what can we do to continue these conversations, but also to prevent a whole group, a whole community of people with rare diseases from being excluded?
I think that the more you are in front of people, the more power you have, so that there's never anyone left behind. Every medicine, every treatment, every hospital, every doctor should be available to every American. Doesn't matter what your religion is, what you look like, where you come from, how much you earn. We are all part of this country. And so just making sure you are talking to people, you are in front of people. I think that the effort will be for everyone, for every child, and I hope that's correct.
Just to add that I think this could be part of the initiative under that Dream for a 21st Century Access Act, that you include clinical trial diversity. You look at the reasons for racial disparities in access to medicine, and you break down those barriers and provide incentives so everybody has access.
One more. I have a question. I think a big problem for people with rare diseases is you may only have a specialist that's halfway across the country. And I know different states have different regulations on providers and where they're licensed. Do you think there are ways that legislators can make it easier for someone with a rare disease in the West Coast to see a doctor on the East Coast through telemeds or other ways, so that they don't have to bear the cost of travel and time to just have a one-on-one meeting if it's only for an hour just to check in.
That's actually a perfect piece of legislation. And what I mean by that is everybody should be able to get behind that, because the opportunity for our people to be able to live a long and fulfilling life, I mean, if you want to look at it from a cost-benefit analysis, here's someone who can have a long and beneficial and productive life for very little upfront assistance costs. More importantly, from the human perspective, to be able to make sure that everyone has a chance to see the medical professionals that they need, that they can be healthy, that they can live a long and wonderful life. It's a home run across the board, and so everybody should be for it. And then the question is, are they aware of it? And so if a piece of model legislation can be put together, and there are groups that can do that, that will say, here's a piece of model legislation to make it so that you have in your healthcare 3 hours of telemeds a month that are available, that you can be reimbursed for if your doctor is on the other side of the country, 2 flights a year, so up to $2,000 in travel or something like that. That's a piece of legislation that makes perfect sense, is waiting to be written, and waiting to get a congressional champion. And so I know that this group and others can help make that happen. But the more folks are aware of that, the more chance there is that that can get done.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think that that's a good project for the students in the minor. We can get that going. So, yeah, thank you very much for your time and your talent. And we are going to break for lunch, and we have a little special gift at 12:45. So if you could just be in your seats for a little bit, and then we'll take a break after that. But please get your lunch and enjoy. Thank you again.
Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching.
Good afternoon, everyone. If you could just please take your seats. You're free to keep eating, but we just have a special surprise for you, so I would ask that you just all take a seat. So I want to talk about the Kern family. I had the privilege of meeting the Kern family when I was working at the Bullard-Parsegian Center for Rare and Neglected Diseases as an outreach coordinator. And through, they came to speak to the students about their daughter's rare disease called Spritz-Goldberg syndrome. And at the time, there were no resources available about this disease, and it was often misdiagnosed as Marfan syndrome. So we partnered with the Kerns and their medical team to develop the first National Organization of Rare Disorders disease summary that describes the disease, and it's put up on the NORD website so that everyone can learn from it. And not only that, we partnered with Dr. Daniel Fulkerson, who's their child's neurosurgeon, and we published a case report on their daughter about a unique finding that he saw in her condition, which only helps to spread the word about what her particular disease looks like. So in 2023, we were introduced to Sing Me a Story through Amgen's communication team. We needed a composer and a musicians after, and you will learn about what Sing Me a Story is in one sec. But we needed a composer to help us because we were creating a story, or a song out of a story. And we also needed musicians. So we were blessed to meet the director of the folk choir, J.J. Wright, and he will also say a few words in a moment. But we all came together to develop an incredible project that we want to share with you. And I'd like to invite Autumn. Autumn Dubbock is from Sing Me a Story. She's going to give you a little explanation about this whole process, and then we'd like to share something with you.
Hello everyone, my name is Autumn Dubbock, and I'm the Director of Operations for the Sing Me a Story Foundation. Sing Me a Story is a nonprofit organization that gives kids in need the opportunity to write and illustrate stories about anything they want. We take those stories and we give them to songwriters, musicians, and composers who turn them into songs for the children and their families. These songs and stories remind us of how much we all have in common, raise financial aid and awareness for nonprofits all over the world, and most of all, provide an experience that brings joy and healing to these families. Thank you to Amgen, Barb Calhoun, Katrina Conrad, Angelic Hubert, Dr. J.J. Wright, and the Notre Dame Folk Choir for making this song possible. Most importantly, thank you to the Kern family for letting us be a small part of your story. Hope, thank you for sharing your heart with us. You're an inspiration to us all. Please enjoy the world premiere of Hope's Song, composed by Dr. J.J. Wright, Joe Roebuck, Meg Buter, A.J. Nelson, and Claire Rademacher, and inspired by the story, Jesus Helps Us, written by Hope. We hope you enjoy.
Hi, I'm Tim.
I'm Melissa.
We have 5 kids, Haley, Hannah, Heather, Henry, and Hope. When Hope was born, we could tell something was different at first, and we just didn't know what.
It was actually kind of difficult having her. It seemed like I would progress, but then not. And then once she was born and they handed her to me, I thought I was just really weak. She was very hard to hold because she was very, very floppy.
And our midwife said that I think we need to go to the hospital. I think Hope might have Down syndrome.
It was very obvious that the room that they put us in was even more than the NICU intensive care. They were just not expecting her to make it. It was like one of the hardest days of our life. After a week there, she was still alive. We were able to go home with her. It was literally like total survival the first few years. She was not gaining weight and was failure to thrive within the first couple weeks. She kept getting respiratory issues and pneumonias. That first year was kind of chronic. And then we got a G-tube for more permanent feeding when she was 5 months old.
We all pitched in, and by God's grace, somehow we survived that first year.
She continued to keep progressing. You knew something was going on, but no doctors really knew. They just kept guessing, and they kept saying, oh, well, we think she has this, and we think she has that. And then they test for it, and she did it. It affects everything. Like there's nothing in her body that's not affected. Most of her bones are very small and tiny and then frail. Her whole body dislocates everywhere. Her knee would just completely go out. The taller she got, the harder the falls were. Her left lung collapses all the time. And then she's had 8 airway surgeries. They had to grow all of her face bones.
I mean, she's had, I don't know how many surgeries, 30 surgeries or
30
more.
some.
I mean, she's gone through so much and yet still loves life and still has so much joy and smiles and loves people.
We see specialists and they're like, she's functioning and shouldn't. She is just truly a miraculous child. When we were first diagnosed, there was a few medical articles online, and some of them weren't right because there was wrong diagnosis. Partnering with Notre Dame and the Advocacy, the Rare Disease Center and the Advocacy Department, that was our first biggest breakthrough. Her condition was able to be published on the National Organization for Rare Diseases, so accurate information got to be online. As a whole family, you know, we're willing to just do whatever we can to live our lives open. The more information you get put out there, the better care and the better chance they have at, you know, their life expectancy being prolonged.
The older kids have just really, thankfully, all just loved hope, and we've had to restructure how we would do things. And yet it's brought us together as a family.
So we kept trying to ask her what you want to write your story about, and we have this painting that my dad painted in the living room of Jesus. She especially loves worship music, so we kind of just took her everyday life and her phrases that she always says and praying for things for the sun to come up, for it to be all better, for pain to go away, everything.
To go shopping.
Her life.
It's just beautiful to see what Hope wanted to express from that. If we wouldn't have had that opportunity, we would have never taken time to do that. Like, Hope loves to draw pictures and also loves songs, but I don't know that we would have done a keepsake project like that.
We're always looking for ways to connect our students to kind of a lived experience of their faith. So when this opportunity came up, it was just a perfect fit for the types of work that we've done with them in the past. We're a liturgical choir made up of about 60 students, and we sing in the Basilica every week for the 12 p.m. Mass. One of the things I love about working with the undergrads here is that if you can kind of create the environment just right, they'll come in and they really will, in earnest, offer their best ideas, and that's very much the case of what happened with this song. When we encounter stories like Hope's, it really challenges us to see the goodness of God, I think. How can we understand the things that are difficult about life next to the things that are great about life? Reading her story and seeing how much hope that hope is filled with, it kind of melts and breaks your heart in the best possible way, because this person is struggling. Why aren't they unhappy? What does that teach me about what it means to live a good life, what it means to live a life of faith? All of us were really happy with the form and the harmonies and the melodies and the arrangement and all the things that we hoped would help honor Hope and her story. And this really simple sharing of words and music made today better for them.
On weary nights so dark and alone, I pray to you, Lord, through the unknown. When you feel far from my call, my voice so very small, reaching out to you through it all. And I have hope in my heart, because I know from the start, the Lord surrounds me ever near, in every joy, in every tear. And when the morning rises, it's my soul that recognizes the comfort that I feel comes from you. And I have hope in my heart, because I know from the start, you made my soul wake up for me. With your love I find
To the students who worked on the song, just thank you. You could just see just so much love that they poured into it.
I would hope this song would reach anyone who feels they need it. Getting to sing it, I hope, and her family brought new life to it.
I just distinctly remember seeing like Hope's mom just smiling the whole time. It was so wonderful. This is a blessing that not many of us will get to experience our lifetimes again.
It's Hope's song, but it was really a gift to all of us. It truly is something we'll treasure.
So dark and alone, I pray to you, Lord, through the unknown. When I feel far from my call, my voice so very small, reaching out to you through it all. And I have hope in my heart, because I've known from the start.
Your love surrounds me ever near, in every joy and every tear. And when the morning rises, it's my soul that recognizes the comfort that I feel comes from you. And I have hope in my heart, because I've known from the start. You make the sun wake up for me. With your love I finally see. When I am lost and scared, you're there. You hear every prayer. You give me voice to proudly sing. Praises for the peace that you bring. When I'm feeling sad, you fill my heart with song. You give me strength so I can go on. And I have hope in my heart, because I've known from the start. You make the sun wake up for me. With your love I finally see.
So Barb asked me to say a couple words, and really the only thing I could come up with is gratitude and thanks for all of the people who brought this to life. So this is a bit of a litany of thanksgiving, if you will, but I think it's most important to just acknowledge all the people who made this possible, starting with Barb Calhoun and Katrina Conrad and the Patient Advocacy Initiative. Yeah. I'm so grateful to Barb. We both are from Buffalo, New York originally, and so we have this very proud grit that we carry, and seeing each other, and we know we can get something done when we put our nose to the grindstone, so it's been a privilege, Barb. Also, Sarah Forner and Ken Cam, just for bringing us all together in the first place and seeing that this would be something that we could do together. Of course, Sing Me a Story, Austin Atterbury and Autumn Dubeck, thank you guys so much for all of the beautiful work that you did and connecting everybody and seeing us through the process. The Rares program through Amgen, especially our folk choir students here who took some time out of their day today on a Friday, but also those 4 songwriters, only one of which is here, but they gave so much time to bring this to life and really brought their best selves to this project. I'd like to especially thank our soloists today, Joe Trueluck and Lucy Bullock. But most importantly, I'd like to thank the Kerns and Hope for bringing us all here together today. I'm truly humbled to have had the chance to play a small part in this. Every time I came back to this project, I was inspired by your story, inspired by your faith, and I'm so grateful for the opportunity to have gotten to know you and to play a small part in your life. So on that, I would love to introduce Melissa Kern, Hope's mom, to come up and say a few words. And now we can go off.
That was just amazing. Like this, it's just breathtaking from the first time we've heard it, and then we were sent copies of it, and we have it playing through our house all the time, and Hope goes around the house singing it. And but I'm so thankful that God crossed our paths with the Rare Disease Center here. I think it's been 10 years ago that we met Barb, and she invited us in to be able to speak and to share. And since then, they've just blessed us with so much, with the article publications, with Posting the Disease, which has allowed more patients to be diagnosed, and just accurate information that's posted out there. But it's just amazing to me and really overwhelming that we have one of the top universities in our nation that gather all of the strong and brilliant minds from around the world. And they gather them here to learn and keep growing, but they make it such a priority to really invest in and help the weakest of the weak. And so you're taking the strongest of the strong and to help those who really are without help a lot of times. And that is such God's heart. And I just think it is so beautiful. And just being allowed to come in with organizations like Sing Me a Story and the choir partnering together and this video and things being published, it brings awareness around the world that there are people out there that are weaker and need help, and that people can bring their gifts and their abilities and their talents to really bless those who really need it. And so we are just super thankful. We're thankful to all of you and for all you do, for sharing your gifts and your talents and your strengths to help those who really need it. So thank you.
I told you it was going to be special. So we're going to just continue lunch until 1:30. Excuse me. What time is it? For the next 15 minutes, and then we'll reconvene again. But I'm telling you, this family is incredible. And despite 35 surgeries, they are still here with us and doing great things. And I think they're a model for all families in the ways that we can engage with one another. So thank you all so much.
Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching. Your Notre Dame live stream will begin soon. Thanks for watching.
just wait a minute for everyone to take a seat. Wasn't that the best? It was just the best. So come on up. We're going to have Anna Dre do the next introduction.
Hi, I'm Marin Callista. I am a 2024 graduate and I majored in science pre-professional studies with the supplementary major in Spanish and the minor in science and patient advocacy. And following graduation, I've started my master's in genetic counseling program at the University of Pennsylvania. My favorite experience from the patient advocacy program was the patient partnership project. Getting to build a rapport and a connection to a rare disease patient and to have insights into their life experiences was invaluable to building my skills as an advocate. And it really showed me all there is to consider with a rare disease, that there is so much more to learn beyond just what you would read in a medical textbook. And so it was really valuable to me to have that experience getting to know a rare disease patient. The most valuable lesson that I learned in the patient advocacy program is that advocacy can come in all shapes and sizes and that anyone can be an advocate. Something as small as writing a kind note or sharing a social media story goes a long way in making a rare disease patient feel seen and heard. And so advocacy is and can be easy and everyone can be an advocate. The minor has influenced my professional journey by providing me with knowledge that I see reflected in my training to be a genetic counselor all the time. As I sit in class and learn about rare diseases, it feels familiar because I've met a patient with that disease or talked to a researcher investigating therapies in that disease. And so the knowledge and skills built in this program have prepared me so well to be an advocate for my patients as I go on to become a genetic counselor.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anna Dre, and I am a senior studying neuroscience and behavior with a supplemental major in classics and, of course, the minor in science and patient advocacy. I am another member of the peer leader team for the minor and have the privilege of introducing our next panel moderator today, Annika Knuth. Annika graduated from Notre Dame in May 2023 and has since been pursuing her doctorate degree in occupational therapy. During her time in the program, Annika was an active volunteer for the Patient Advocacy Initiative, which led her to be the 2023 recipient of the Megan K. Crowley Patient Advocacy Award. Annika also worked with all three organizations you're about to hear from on the panel, which makes her the perfect moderator. This afternoon's panel will highlight 3 student organization partnerships that took place this summer as part of the Schumacher Summer Immersion Grant Program, which provides the opportunities for students to partner with a patient advocacy organization for 10 weeks. The students benefit from receiving applied advocacy experience, and in turn, the hope is that the partnering organization gets a boost in capacity. The program launched this summer with 4 students at 3 sites. Annika, I will turn it over to you to help lead us through these unique experiences.
Awesome. Thank you, Anna. It's an honor to be back here talking, and an honor to have worked with all of these organizations. So I'm going to keep my introduction short because there's a lot of good things that they have to say. To start out, I want to have every organization here. So we have a current student as well as a patient advocacy organization that they worked with on this summer immersion program. And so we would love to just get an introduction of each student, every organization, and the mission of the organization. So Melinda, I'll have you start.
Thank you, Annika. I think we had a couple of slides. I'll get started while we worked on that. So my name's Melinda Marsh, and I'm here representing the rare disease Leber hereditary optic neuropathy, and the short for that is LHON. and the nonprofit organization that we have that supports that rare disease is called LH1 Collective. A very short description of LH1, it's a mitochondrial point mutation that causes central vision loss, and it's very rapid. So when someone goes from being a carrier, where they may possibly become affected with vision loss, to actually losing their vision, it happens in a matter of about 3 months, and it can happen at any point in your life. As a mitochondrial mutation, it goes from the mother to all of her children. The father doesn't pass mitochondrial DNA. So in my case, I'll personalize this so that you know why I'm up here on this stage today. Our son Xavier lost his vision at 13 years old, 3 years ago, in 3 months. So at that time, we'd never heard LHON is the 4 letters in that order. We'd never heard of mitochondria, the energy pack of the cell. That was the beginning and the end of anything I knew about mitochondria. And here we are sitting in a doctor's office, and he's had the wherewithal to order the whole genome sequencing, and based on that, we have found out that the reason Xavier was having some trouble seeing and it deteriorated so quickly is due to this rare disease. And we also find out at the same time that I can go blind as well because I carry that mutation, and that I also, as the mother, gave that to both of Xavier's brothers. So they also have that possibility. So we're hearing these big words like no cure and mitochondrial disease. And we're sitting there and we're in shock, both my husband and myself. And our son, who is 13, must be an old soul, turns to us and says, I'm going to learn how to live my best life. And we're still sitting there reeling from what this doctor's saying, and we say something to the effect of, that's a pretty good idea, buddy. But he's not done. And he says, and you're going to go out there and fix this. So we had very clear, concise directive from our 13-year-old son, and thus was born LH1 Collective. So the 3 founders are myself, my husband, Chris Marsh, and Lissa Poinsano, who's been an advocate and has 2 adult children who have already lost their vision to LHON. And with LH1 Collective, we decided to formalize all that Lissa was doing into a nonprofit organization, and then take that formal structure. And the mission statement of LHON is that we're dedicated globally to accelerating progress towards a cure for LHON, while at the same time improving the lives of people living with LHON. And we felt that that dual mission was critical for our rare disease. Some nonprofits and advocacy groups focus on the patient support aspect, and some focus on promotion of the science. And in our case, with a very productive skill set of individuals who may lose their vision when they're 13, like Xavier, or 35, or 89. It doesn't matter, you may be in the middle of your career, you may have just started a family, you may be the breadwinner. We have a lot of issues with depression, alcohol and drug abuse. We have, for coping mechanisms, job loss is significant. So we have to support that patient population. We have to have them be able to live that productive life that they have the capability of living. It's just that when you lose your vision in 3 months, you don't have the time to learn the assistive technology to make that possible. But on the other side, if we only support the mental health and the skill set of those who become affected and their family members, as a rare disease, the likelihood is we'll be left behind, and other rare diseases will receive the medical and scientific attention. And so we also need to have a space in that world. So that's a lot to do in a day that only has so many minutes, month, year. And we've been very lucky to have the partnership with Notre Dame and the Rare Disease Initiative that they have supported us with relationships such as Annika when she was here as an undergraduate, and then with Brooke, that I'll have talk to you about some of the things she did in her summer internship working with us, and what we can do that is mission critical has to be tailored back to the number of hours and the number of volunteers. We're an all-volunteer organization that we can meet. And when we have these partnerships with individuals with huge hearts and incredible intelligence, we can take all that is necessary and do that much more with it. And we're so grateful for that opportunity. Brooke, I'll introduce you and let you take it from here on what you did this summer. Thank you.
Sure, thank you, Melinda. So, hi everyone, my name is Brooke Borton. I'm a senior majoring in neuroscience and behavior with a minor in science and patient advocacy. And this past summer, I had the pleasure of interning with LHON. So my internship was split into two parts to focus on both parts of LHON's mission. So the first half of my internship focused on a lot of conference-related tasks. So prepping for conference, I met with the hotel staff that we met with at Cleveland, talking about logistics and AV setup with the Zoom and mic running. And I also, we made sure all the signage was high contrast, for example. So if there's a white background, we want to use dark text, so that way those who are visually impaired can read these signs better. And the same thing goes for table setting. If you're going to have a white table cover, you're going to want to have dark plates or vice versa. And so I did a lot with the hotel staff beforehand, and I also helped with a lot of tech support. So I created and edited the master slide deck that we used for the conference, and that was at the UMDF conference, which stands for the United Mitochondrial Disease Foundation conference. And so I was inserting a lot of headshots, formatting texts and photos, because a lot of our presenters were visually impaired, so it's hard to be nitpicky about those sizing and different fonts. And so I went through and was making sure everything was A-okay for the conference for when it was time to present. And then I also helped with social media, creating content for our Instagram account, and I also helped a lot with mic running during the event, which I actually found quite fun because I did not know anyone before going to this conference, so it was hard to mic run when I didn't know any names or faces. So we actually had a leaders luncheon right the day before conference started, where all of the main leaders in the LHON community from all over the world came together and talked about logistics for the conference and gave each other updates. And I was able to get to know a lot of those leaders during that luncheon and put names to faces. That way for mic running, I would be able to just go straight to the next person as they are ready to present their slides. And that was really fun. And then I also managed volunteers during the conference. We were lucky enough to have 2 volunteers with us that weekend, and I just made sure to delegate tasks to them, such as printing conference agendas, or making sure the water was filled up, making sure doors were closed quietly, and helping lead people to the next session, or helping those who are visually impaired with the breakfast buffet. Because as someone who's visually impaired, this whole table of food might just look very blurry and like a mix of different things. And so our volunteers helped with a lot of those tasks that either I or Melinda couldn't attend to that day, and so we were very grateful for them. But my favorite part of the conference was with social support. So we had a lot of solo travelers and a lot of first-time conference attendees. And I really enjoyed getting to know them and making sure they felt welcome at the conference. And I got to know so many people in the LHON community. And I was also helping with like app support, hotel registration, questions, and conference attendee registration. And so I was helping do that through, we had like a Facebook group that people could ask questions to. So I was one of the main people who was going through that and answering questions as needed. And I would definitely say that was my favorite part of my internship, just because I became so involved with the LHON community, and I really loved getting to know everybody. And then the second half of my internship focused on scientific acceleration. So one of the projects I worked on was updating the tissue protocol for the Harvard Brain Tissue Research Center, which I'll refer to as the HBTRC. So they currently collect brain donations for brain disorders, to study brain disorders, but I went through and updated this protocol to ensure that it would include the eye and the optic nerve in these donations. That way, neuro-ophthalmologic disorders such as LHON could be studied in addition to brain disorders. And so I created a mock-up of that in Canva, and we sent that in for submission. And I also did some research on biomarkers in different eye research and publications, because Melinda was presenting a case later that summer for the global collection of eyes in addition to brain donations. And the LHON data collection program is a secure database where those who are a carrier of LHON can submit their health data, and that way we can use that data for research. And although I didn't work on it that much this summer, Annika did do a lot of work with this over the years. So if anyone's interested, definitely talk to Annika. But right now, we're calling it the DCP Olympics, and we're having different states and countries compete for who can get the most people to sign up for the DCP. And so that's been an ongoing campaign this month. And it's been interesting to see which states have the most people sign up for that. And lastly, I worked on a contact database for neuro-ophthalmologists and genetic counselors in the US and Canada at major academic and research institutions for future outreach. So if we need to have the contact info for future clinical trials, or if we have a newly diagnosed member, then we can immediately give them the contact info for these resources. That way they're not looking for this on their own and wasting precious time, and we can immediately connect them with the resources, which I think is a large problem in the rare disease community. So that was my summer with LHON, and I'm so grateful that I was able to work with LHON. I could not have asked for a better team or organization to work with. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, LHON team. I'll hand it over to you, Kellen.
Thank you. So my name is Kellen Madden. I am the Patient Engagement Manager at the Friedreich's Ataxia Research Alliance. I am also a genetic counselor, and I trained at the University of Pennsylvania, like the student we heard from on the screen previously. I worked with Kim here. She worked with us this summer. I'll tell you a little bit about FARA and Friedreich's Ataxia, or FA. Thank you. So Friedreich's Ataxia, I think a lot of the students in the program know what Friedreich's Ataxia is, but for everyone else in the room, it's a neurological disease, it's a genetic disease, it's recessive. It causes progressive ataxia, which is the loss of coordinated movement of the limbs. There are several other symptoms as well, including cardiac disease, and over time people will progress through different use of mobility aids, maybe from a walker to a wheelchair to an electric wheelchair as the disease continues on. The Friedreich's Ataxia Research Alliance was founded in 1998, and we are a patient advocacy organization that really is focused on marshaling the funds for research to find treatments and cures for FA. Our mission is to treat and cure FA. Again, we focus specifically on the research, but we also really value partnership and collaboration with stakeholders from clinicians, researchers, regulatory, different government officials, as well as different healthcare students and undergraduate students now that we partner with Notre Dame as well. And we focus on a deep and diverse treatment pipeline. So there are several clinical trials ongoing for FA that target different aspects of the disease. We have a fairly small team, but we do a lot of different things in different areas. So again, research, we have a clinical research infrastructure as well that focuses on natural history studies. I specifically work on the patient engagement team, which focuses on educating the patient community as well as educating pharmaceutical partners about the disease. And we have fundraising, of course, as well, and then advocacy. I think I'll let Kim tell you most about what she worked on this summer, but as a brief overview,
The first ever drug for FA was approved on Rare Disease Day in 2023. It is a small molecule drug that slows progression of disease. We've already heard today that approval does not always mean access, so a lot of FARA's work over the past year has been to advocate for access to this drug, so Kim helped us with that. And we also have a tissue repository program that Kim worked with Barbara Tate, FARA's Chief Scientific Officer, on as well.
Thank you, Kellen. So yeah, as Kellen said, I was able to come on to FARA this summer and work as part of 2 projects under different managers. Both Kellen and Barbara were incredible mentors to me, and I was really able to spend time working first under Kellen in patient engagement on a healthcare access report. So as part of this, like Kellen said, approval does not mean access. So just because the FDA has approved a drug, there's still a lot of prior authorization and sort of barriers that patients are still facing before they can even access this drug, which is very frustrating when you think you've hit a milestone and then you've kind of been blocked again. So as part of this, I was brought on to kind of highlight the landscape of access as it was summer of 2024. And really this project involved interviewing individuals who had FA and their experiences in accessing Skyclarys, talking to various stakeholders, including the pharmaceutical companies that were developing this and kind of what they were doing in terms of increasing access to this drug. And then beyond that, I was able to sit in on Medicaid meetings with Kellen, talk to just a lot of individuals and hear their story. And it was incredible to kind of really take the time to listen and learn. You know, I came onto this internship not really knowing much about FA and knowing that I had a lot of steps to go through to even just understand the disease and then put myself in position to ask questions about it and be curious and know that I'm learning so much from these families, caregivers, and also individuals living with these diseases. And FARA has incredible infrastructure and going on. I knew I had listened to Tom Hamilton come in and talk to our rare disease class and knew that I was coming into an organization that was just, they had an incredible history. They're so well developed, and I had no doubt that I was going to be supported throughout my internship. And then to continue under Barbara Tate, I was working in a tissue collection program. So FARA supports an autopsy tissue donation program as well as a surgical tissue donation program. And really, initially this began as kind of restructuring the way that we were framing this program so that kind of the patient-facing portion of our website, it would be sensitive, but also encouraging people to pre-register, especially for autopsy donations, since that's really a major driver of success in these tissue donations. But then also in surgical, you know, if you're getting a surgery, it is really convenient to also mention it to your surgeon beforehand. You need time to mention it, but then you can collect the tissue during the surgery and put it into research. So as part of this, I developed the website and the language. I was able to research into what other rare disease organizations were doing with their language and how they were organizing their tissue collection programs. So it was great to just see kind of the intersection of FARA is doing one thing, but it's also similar to what other organizations are doing. And then beyond that, we were trying to streamline the process a little bit more so that in the event of an autopsy tissue donation, we already have boots on the ground that's available and we're not scrambling to kind of find a medical examiner. And so this involved kind of tapping into our clinical consortium. We have connections with academic institutions that are running clinical trials. So I reached out to all of these universities and I was able to connect with the departments of pathology and autopsy and talk to all of these people in academia, which was a little bit outside of my wheelhouse, but you know, Barbara gave me ownership of this, and it was really incredible to just be able to share with them. You know, FARA's this incredible organization. We connect with researchers, but we're also patient-facing. And it was great to just kind of see everything come together at the end and take a lot of responsibility for my work.
Awesome, thank you, FARA team. And Megan, last but not least.
Hi everyone, it's Megan Weber. And first I just wanted to say, I'm so excited that you kids all have a chance to even participate in a class like this. I graduated from Notre Dame in 1990. There was nothing like this then, and just to have this sort of an opportunity to be involved with these groups in this meaningful way is just extraordinary. Barb, congratulations on the program's growth. And to the patient families as well, just to have the resource in the Bullard-Parsee and Rare and Neglected Disease Center is also something that didn't exist 35 years ago. So as difficult as the challenges are that many of these families are facing, I think that this is a huge source of hope for everyone, and just as varied. And I also love, Barb, that you include the whole experience for patient advocacy. And as you see with LHON with the patient family support, and with FARA with the treatment and research for new protocols and new opportunities, we are on the other end of the spectrum at Know the Glow. So I run an organization called Know the Glow, which started because my son Benjamin, who's here today, back when he was 5 years old, he started having these crazy photographs that would show a glow looking just like that in his left eye, and it was always in his left eye. And back then, when I was scrapbooking, I was erasing it with the red eye corrector and had no indicator that that could be a sign of anything of concern until I'd gone on a trip with my sister that summer, and every picture she took of Ben showed that strange glow in his eye, which she remembered hearing could be a sign of cancer in the eye. And so she called and said, I'm sure that's not what it is, but can you have him checked? And so we did. We brought Ben in, had his eye checked. The pediatrician missed it the first time, did not see it, even though I was showing him the pictures. But because of the photos, back then you had actual cameras that you brought, not just your phone. And because of the photos, he did send us on to a pediatric ophthalmologist. And it was there when they covered Ben's right eye, it was clear that he couldn't see that giant letter E just a few feet away with his left. And so that led us into the next room where they showed us the mass of the interior of the eye, which is what's reflecting back. So the glow that you're seeing, which is called leukocoria, is an indicator of retinoblastoma, which I knew enough after that first visit because they believed that's what Ben had, and they rushed us to Children's Hospital in Los Angeles to know that RB, if not caught in time, can lead to the removal of the eye. If it crosses over, the removal of both eyes, and if it moves to the brain, it can be fatal, and is very often, especially in other countries around the world. And so I was petrified going into the front door of CHLA, but we were met by two doctors, one an expert on retinoblastoma, and the other a doctor specializing in something called Coates disease, which back then with limited Google ability, there was nothing much on Coates disease, but I was glad to hear there was an alternative that didn't involve cancer. Coates disease is another disease where the blood vessels are leaking fluid in the eye, and it's gradually happening, which is why at age 5, Ben didn't even realize he wasn't using that eye any longer. It's causing the retina to detach because the lipids and fats that are left behind are just slowly causing that detachment to occur, and the brain just stops using that eye. So oftentimes we'll also find kids when their eyes start to wander. But as we were able to find out what the final diagnosis was, Ben had advanced stage Coates disease. So he's lost a lot of the vision in his left eye. He has some peripheral back now, thanks to some multiple surgeries and patching programs. But he was not facing retinoblastoma. However, many of the other families that we were meeting were. They were losing one eye, they were losing both eyes, they were flying in from other countries, desperate to find a doctor to treat them. And as we came to get more involved with the doctors at the hospital, we learned that this crazy symptom is not only an indication of these two rare diseases, but also of more than 20 vision conditions, all of which do better if you can find them early. And so as we found out that 80% of the time it's parents who are first finding these glows in photographs and bringing their child in to be seen, we wanted to create an awareness campaign to try to help educate people on what to watch for, knowing why it's important, and trying to give them a resource as well where they could come to find more information. And that's where the Notre Dame students came in, because initially we really had hoped to just find one child in the US with either RB or COATS, and we thought, we're all volunteers. We thought if that's what we do, we're done. That was the end goal. But then as we became engaged with the students from Notre Dame, which again, I love the perspective of students today. It's not just your classroom and your final and your exam. I mean, these kids really recognize that they have an ability to change not just their local community, but to touch the world and to really be part of bigger solutions. And they have so many creative ideas in this world of social media with so many different avenues to pursue them. So we became more involved with the kids, and as they would go on their summers abroad or their semesters abroad, they would bring the materials from Know the Glow with them, and we would partner with other organizations. Every dollar we raise goes to create these materials that are just awareness materials, translated now, thanks and also in part to the Notre Dame students, to more than 12 languages, and we offer them to other groups that are doing vision screening. We're really looking for the 0 to 5 to help catch retinoblastoma. And in areas like Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, 50% of the cases are coming in with extraocular disease. So late stage presentation is a major concern where treatment is no longer really an option, and they're going straight to palliative care. So with the students, we've been able to research other countries, identify ocular oncologists, researchers, NGOs, patient families, and try to provide them with materials that we can to be additive to their efforts that we hope will lead to a straighter and shorter path for kids to find their way to a proper diagnosis, which, as you all know, is hard enough to do in the States, much harder to do abroad. And so, just as you were saying as well, it's like the more you do, the more you realize there is to do. It's a never-ending opportunity, but everything is additive, especially when you're in the rare disease space. And having the ability to have these students participate in their own unique ways. They each bring a unique set of skill sets and interests and passions, and we try to design things around them. I'll let Joan talk more about the summer program itself, but her work has been extraordinarily impactful. It's really it's transformed the direction that we've taken as an organization. And Alan, who's also here with us, he was very helpful this summer, another fellow with us. He did a ton of research in advance of conferences that we were asked to present at, which led not only to some additional new partnerships for Know the Glow internationally, but for this example, which is this year, yesterday in fact, which Joan will probably talk about too, but World Sight Day, and the International Agency for the Prevention of Blindness is one of the conferences we attended, and thanks to Alan's research, we knew who to reach out to, and this year's theme is Love Your Child's Eyes. So we were able to partner with them and have them use their mascot this year, whose name is Artie, although I thought he should be named Gloria, but we had him put a little glow in his eye, and tried to work on ways that we can continue these kinds of collaborations and look to extend the reach, because as with every rare disease represented here, the biggest challenge is to get attention to your condition, your disorder. And one of the things that's been a gift of retinoblastoma, which even though Ben has Coates disease, the main kids we want to find are the ones that are at risk of losing their life to RB. But the gift in the glow is that it is rather unforgettable, and because it's a symptom of so many different conditions, it helps us to link arms with even more foundations, more disease partners, and raise us up a little bit out of that rare disease category, while still helping us to reach and hopefully impact the kids that are in that rare disease category. So where tomorrow goes is hard to guess. At the last presentation we spoke at in Kenya, there were 10 countries that were asking to work with us. So the bandwidth is as many students as we're able to find to help partner with us to keep up with it, because we are all volunteers. But the opportunity to globally reduce and hopefully eliminate glow-related eye disease, I think, is a real possibility in the future, thanks to what we're seeing with AI, with technology, and with these brilliant young students that have so many ideas that go way beyond what my ancient brain can think of in terms of how to share this message globally. So we're so grateful, and I'd love to introduce beautiful Joan, who'll tell you a bit about her summer.
Thanks, Megan. Hi, my name is Joan. I'm a senior majoring in neuroscience and minoring in patient advocacy. And this summer I had the pleasure of working with Megan and Know the Glow. So in working and trying to spread this message to as many countries as possible, Megan and her team are being constantly pulled in a million different directions. So a lot of what I did was look into people, places, those individuals, patient families, ministries of health, patient advocacy organizations across the globe in these unreachable places, and brought together this research and this knowledge so that when Megan and I would meet with them, we were able to not only spread the message and the urgency with which the glow should be received, but after these meetings, we would go through, reread the information, and attempt to connect these individuals. So what was really great and what I loved throughout the whole summer was we would keep circling back. So those people I met in June, in August, we'd meet again, but have a few more friends on the call, connecting and really growing and expanding that network and that message. And it was great to see as these advocacy projects would grow in each individual country, it would go from let's spread this message to, hey, let's send these arc light devices to this clinic and have this person speak at this conference. So it went from, hey, I have this idea to, hey, we have these tangible things that can make a huge impact, not just for retinoblastoma, but for eye health overall. And then my work continued from this summer. I actually helped Megan, and Alan helped as well, run an awareness table for International World Sight Day yesterday. So we had some fun games and activities. We painted arty, we threw some glow-in-the-dark balls at some targets. But just to see the look on students' faces when you'd say, hey, if you see this crazy glow, like let someone know. Just letting them know that impact and what it could mean. The amount of shocked faces I saw was just incredible, and just to know that a simple phrase can make such a difference was truly inspiring. So yeah.
Awesome. Thank you all for your introductions. In the interest of time, we're going to ask both the organization partners and the students one question. So we'll start with the organization partners. How did having a student for just 10 weeks make an impact on your organization and help advance that mission? Kellen, we'll start with you.
All right, I can start. So as Kim and I explained, she worked on 2 different projects. I'll talk about the one that's related to drug access first. But so after the drug for FA was approved, there were several different barriers that were in place for people with FA in order to get the drug. The first of which is that it was only approved in the US, and it was only approved for people over 16, even though FA is most frequently diagnosed in people between the ages of 5 and 15, and the earlier the disease is diagnosed, the faster someone's symptoms are likely to progress. So Kim did a lot of work just looking at what happened in other rare diseases when the drug was only approved for a certain age group. How long did it take for that drug to then get approved for the next age group, whether that be younger or older? It depended on the drug or the disease. Secondly, she was also looking at what happens outside of the US. How do drugs get approved in other countries after they're approved in the US first? So she did a lot of that research for us. And then within the US, she mentioned previously something called a prior authorization, which is essentially what an insurance company does when they say, before your doctor even prescribes this, first you need to get approval from us for them to prescribe it to you. And in the US, we were seeing that Medicaid in particular had really strict prior authorization criteria for this drug that a lot of patients would not be able to meet, even though the FDA approved the drug for anyone over 16 as long as they have a genetic diagnosis. So Kim essentially took a lot of time to look at all of the different Medicaid meetings that we attended. What were the outcomes of those meetings? We were attending these meetings to advocate for better prior authorization criteria. So she took a lot of time to go through all the meetings we attended and kind of summarized what we did, which was really helpful because similarly to Know the Glow, we're also pulled in a lot of different directions at the same time. So it was helpful to have someone organize the things that we've already done, especially because we hope as research continues, there will be more drugs for FA approved. We actually heard from a pharmaceutical company that they're hoping to submit a new drug approval to the FDA for a new drug by the end of this year. So the work Kim did is going to be really helpful moving forward, as we hopefully will have more drugs to advocate for access to. We can go back and look at the report Kim made and remember what we did last time to make it faster the second time. And then I also asked Barbara, who Kim worked with on the tissue repository, to tell me if she wanted to say anything about Kim, and I do have what she would like to say about the work that Kim did with her, so I'll read that, because this is really going to impact FARA moving into the future. So Kim helped to rewrite our patient-facing websites on tissue donation after death with her perspective on patient attitudes towards these kinds of donations, her research on how patient groups communicate the need, and with her training in patient advocacy. She also found us a new partner for the tissue program that gave us a long sought after succession plan for the program that we had at Albany. So the tissue program was housed in a university in Albany, and that partnership was coming to an end. So Kim actually got us a connection to a new program to continue the tissue repository program, which is going to be helpful for years moving forward.
Awesome, thank you. Megan, go ahead.
So in addition to what we do at Know the Glow with running awareness campaigns, so we run awareness campaigns in different countries every 2 months on Facebook and Instagram and the internet. But in addition to that, we also love to take the time, especially in rare diseases, to highlight the incredible doctors, the incredible researchers, the amazing NGOs, and even the countries that are doing a lot of work on their pediatric vision screening, to highlight their efforts so that we can bring more attention to them and hopefully kind of wave the flag about the great work they're doing, because there are not enough cheerleaders out there for that. So because of that, our call schedule would be, crazy, but unlike the fall or any other time when the kids are in class all day, I could never have the opportunity to do what we did with Joan this summer with the summer immersion program, because she'd be on the call at 7 a.m. with India, and then 8 o'clock with another country, and then 9 o'clock with a patient family, and we'd be switching gears from, sometimes talking to ministries of health, and then to researchers and doctors and other foundation partners as well. So the ability to have Joan right by my side, especially all volunteer and trying to switch gears like that solo or with my other global outreach coordinator, was a challenge. But having her there to help keep notes, keep the follow-up, so that when we switch gears to the next call, she's tracking all of that, turning it into some of the write-ups and stories we were able to do about highlighting these amazing doctors and families, patient families especially. And then it's because of that work that ultimately at the end of the summer I was able to go back to our board and say, we need a full-time administrative director, because I can't live without Joan after having her all summer long. And so that's been one transition, although we will always find a way to work with our summer immersion team. And the same with Alan. He was working another full-time job as well, so we were able to give him projects that kept him busy on the side. But just tremendous impact from both of them that really has immediately changed and shifted our direction.
Perfect. And Linda, can you wrap us up?
Absolutely. When you asked how did having a summer intern from the Notre Dame program impact your organization, everything that we do, I think everything that all of us on each one of these teams does, the end result and the mission is the patient. That's why we exist, and that's who we want to benefit. So in our case with LHON, how did Brooke benefit the patient? And I'll give you a very quick individual and then a more global example. So we had quite a few new individuals who had just been recently diagnosed, couldn't see so well, and things that used to be easy, like registering for a conference on an app, were insurmountable. And now you're at a tipping point. You're at a pivot moment. You either can't register and you feel like everything is insurmountable and you begin to sort of roll down that hill. Or you have Brooke's help and you successfully register and you successfully figure out which room to go to and which one is the spicy salsa, etc. And you begin to realize that taking partners while you figure out how to do things more and more independently is an okay solution. And you, instead of going down that slippery slope, begin trudging up the hill towards an independent lifestyle again that you're proud of. So that's one major way that Brooke was impactful, and the time that she was able to give us gave us that opportunity for that many more people to have that experience of success. On a global level, or a more large level, we try to think, how can we make our disease less rare? So we have a disease that affects the optic nerve. Glaucoma affects the optic nerve. If we can find ways, we are a mitochondrial disease. The point mutations are primarily located in complex 1. There are other mitochondrial diseases in complex 1. So as Brooke looked through various biomarkers where the eye was an indication of future issues in health, we are able to now reach out based on that research paper that she conducted for us to have partners where synergies that weren't already realized are becoming more valid, and through those partnerships comes funding and comes research that can benefit a greater community. So all of those are reasons that we were very lucky to have Brooke, and affected our overall efficiency and the heart that we could do to reach out to others.
Awesome, thank you. And the students will be around for the rest of the afternoon if you want to go ask them personal questions. For the interest of time, we are going to wrap up, but I just wanted to thank all three organizations here for helping pilot the immersion program and helping to prepare the next generation of our student advocates.
Hi everyone, my name is Alyssa DiPaolo and I graduated from Notre Dame in 2022 with a major in neuroscience and behavior and minors in patient advocacy and public policy. After graduation, I worked as a clinical research coordinator for research studies focused on women's health while I was applying to graduate school, and I'm currently a second-year student in the joint Johns Hopkins NIH Genetic Counseling Training Program. The most valuable lesson I learned through the patient advocacy minor was to treat the patient as the expert. In medicine, the provider, the genetic counselor, for example, is often thought of as the expert because they have the medical or genetic expertise. But a patient's lived experience is equally important in providing optimal care, and this can only be gathered from them and their family. You can't expect everybody with the same condition to have the same experience. So you may know all there is to know about the genetic etiology of a condition or its clinical features, but that doesn't mean much without also being aware of how a patient's diagnosis has impacted their life or what they feel their needs are at that point in time. Being able to treat these two different types of expertise equally is incredibly important in genetic counseling and in medicine more broadly, and that is one of my biggest takeaways from the patient advocacy minor. The patient advocacy minor definitely shaped my decision to become a genetic counselor. Through the minor, I had the opportunity to chat with rare disease patients and their families about their diagnostic experiences, both positive and negative. Through these interactions, two major themes emerged, which were a lack of education and a lack of support. These gaps intersect with the roles of genetic counselors who take complex genetic information and translate it in a way that can be easily understood by patients. Additionally, genetic counselors provide continued support and advocacy before, during, and after a diagnosis. The patient advocacy minor really pushed me toward a career where I could take the time to sit with patients and work through their comprehension and concerns to reduce the physical, mental, and emotional burden of the diagnostic journey.
I'm honored to introduce two incredible leaders who are shaping the future of patient advocacy. First, we have Vikram Karnani, Executive Vice President at Amgen, where he oversees the rare disease unit. Vikram has dedicated his career to advancing innovative treatments that make a meaningful difference in patients' lives, and his insights into the intersection of biotechnology and patient care have been invaluable to understanding the future of health. Joining him is Charlene Sun-Rigby, CEO of Global Genes, a nonprofit organization empowering the rare disease community. Charlene's leadership in patient advocacy, coupled with her deep personal connection to rare diseases, has made her a driving force in advancing resources and support for patients and families worldwide. Together, they'll be sharing their perspective on the future of patient advocacy and their hopes for what lies ahead. After their comments, we'll have the opportunity to dive deeper in a Q&A session. Please join me in welcoming Vikram Karnani and Charlene Sun Rigby.
I guess we can spread out. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Vikram Karnani. My honor to be here with Charlene. Thank you for inviting us. It's great to be back here at Notre Dame. I was here last year. It is amazing to be in the presence of students, faculty, but most importantly, patients and their families. It's a very unique, but one of the most unique and most powerful ways that serves as a reminder for why it is that we do what we do. I'll let Charlene introduce herself, and I'll do the same for myself in a little bit, and then we'll get right into it.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate the invitation to be here. This is my first time to this campus, and I am blown away. It was really lovely to walk through this morning. And I know it's fall. Someone told me, maybe it's a little bit different when it's snowing, but it is absolutely gorgeous. Y'all are so fortunate. And I am always energized, as Vikram was saying, to be, together with patients, but also to be in a collaborative, multi-stakeholder environment where we have people who are really coming together to talk about how we can advance work in rare disease. So a little bit about my background. As mentioned in the introduction, I am the CEO of Global Genes. We are a rare disease patient advocacy organization, and we work across the 10,000 plus rare diseases. We are focused on 3 pillars, which is support, education, and research. And so I'm relatively new to the nonprofit space. My second child was diagnosed with a rare neurodevelopmental disorder in 2016. She was 3 years old at the time, and it had taken us 3 years to identify what was going on with her. That happened through whole exome sequencing, so I am eternally grateful to that technology. The irony was, I worked at a company that was developing technology to analyze genomic data, and it took us 3 years to get access to that test through clinical testing. And so things, it's 2024, even though it's only 8 years ago, things have changed, but there's still so much that needs to happen in terms of access. But once we got that piece of information, it was incredibly powerful for us because we could start to do something. So we found, 5 other families, and we started a foundation called the STX-BP1 Foundation, and really started to try to accelerate therapy for my daughter's disorder. So at the time, there were 200 kids who had been diagnosed, and there were a handful of researchers who were working on STX-BP1, and there were no therapies in development. And so we knew we had a lot of work to do. And so fast forward to now, we've really, all of the pieces that we've heard so many advocates talk about today in terms of, putting together those frameworks and those, those plans and marching toward therapies, we've been very fortunate. We have gone from, 0 therapies in pipeline to now we have over 15, and that includes genetic therapies as well as small molecules. We do not have an approved therapy yet. And so, another thing that gave me so much hope today was, hearing about what's happened in Duchenne's, hearing about, what's happened with FARA and with Friedreich's ataxia. And there are so many more examples. We are really at a turning point. We are at an inflection point in terms of what we can do because of, what's happened in terms of therapeutic technologies as well as the activation of our patient advocacy group. So I'm very excited, but we still have work to do to get, to get therapies over the line with STX-BP1. But as we were going through this process of really getting this small advocacy group up and running and our research efforts, I kept thinking, why are we not doing this across rare diseases? Because I came from a software company, and so I'm always thinking about, how do you develop products, how do you scale them, and this seemed to me like another scale, like kind of problem that we could apply something to. And so I was thinking about this problem, and then I met the team at an organization, a nonprofit called RareX, where they were building a data collection platform and program to collect data across rare diseases. And so I ended up leaving the commercial world to join that nonprofit, and then we merged it with Global Genes, that has been a longstanding patient advocacy organization. We just had our 16th birthday in August. So that's a little bit about my background, and really delighted to be here again. Vikram.
Thank you, Charlene. We've had the opportunity to work very closely with Global Genes for several years, and the work is very rewarding, partly because we do our part, but the organization that you lead and the impact that you have on so many other patient advocacy organizations is pretty tremendous. One of the things that, so a little bit about my background, and then we can go into advocacy specifically. I've been at Amgen/Horizon Therapeutics for a little over 10 years, almost 10 and a half years now, and throughout that time have been involved with the commercialization of medicines for rare disease. It's actually really interesting to hear from Farah here, because it was, I think, 10 years ago when we studied Actimmune, which is one of our medicines for FA, and as often happens in drug development, it did not meet its primary endpoint, and so it was not approved, even though a lot of the patients saw benefit, reported benefit. Unfortunately, the rules specify that the primary endpoint has to be met. We were heartbroken. At the time, I remember members of FARA felt the same way, patients felt the same way. But I've been fortunate enough that we've kept in touch with FARA for all of these years, and it's great to see that there is an FDA-approved treatment now, and hopefully another one in the future as well. So great to hear about that. But during that time, we also continued to expand our presence in rare disease. We started out with Actimmune in chronic granulomatous disease. One thing about rare disease is saying these names is impossible, and we got to come up with some way of saying these names simply. LHON, I just learned about this one just today, right, from the panel before us. LHON is, the patients are often seen by neuro-ophthalmologists, and just so happens that we have been serving patients with neuromyelitis optica spectrum disorder, also seen by neurologists as well as neuro-ophthalmologists. Thyroid eye disease, also often treated by the same physician. So in fact, when I heard about LHON, and I'm going to follow up on this, I started getting in touch with our head of R&D to ask, have we looked at this? We have the capability, we have the relationships, why aren't we looking at this? So hopefully we have some sort of a pathway. But over the years have served more than, in the last 10 years, we have probably served more than 100,000 rare disease patients with FDA-approved treatments. And while that may not sound like a big number in the overall totality of healthcare, in the area of rare disease, that's, we consider that pretty phenomenal, I think, especially when you have an opportunity to serve one patient at a time, which is our motto. Background, I'm actually an electrical engineer by training, but over the years transitioned into healthcare and found my home in rare disease, especially at Horizon and now Amgen. So maybe before we get into it, I'll turn a question over to you, and I think it would be really helpful, given that I think we're at one of the last sessions of the day. What stood out to you the most, or what are one or two of the things that stood out to you today?
I always love hearing the stories of the families and the advocates and really understanding their journey and what motivates them. And something that stood out to me, and I love that we had a patient here whose name was Hope, or whose name is Hope. Like, that is just so emblematic of the personality archetype, if you will, of the advocate. Like, there is a true sense of urgency, that there is, life-limiting, life-threatening, very, very, severe impact on quality of life that people are facing. And that drives people to have this relentless desire to do something, to impact, the future. And yet there's this hope that is always underlying it. And it's so tremendous to me. And the other thing that I was struck by, and so Global Genes just had its annual conference a couple of weeks ago, and before I moved into the nonprofit space, I spent a lot of my career in entrepreneurial companies, so startup companies, and it really shows how, even though we maybe don't think of nonprofits and foundations as startups, this is what all of these folks are doing, is they're entrepreneurs, being innovative, being nimble, learning from mistakes quickly. And so the stories and, the journeys are just, so striking to me.
Yeah, for me, in addition to that, and I think I shared this with you earlier, Charlene, the sense of hope and optimism is very palpable in the room. It's amazing to see the number of students that are interested in patient advocacy in the rare disease space. I think somebody said this earlier, 10, 15, 20 years ago, that just would not have been the case. So I give a lot of kudos to Barb Calhoun and Katrina and Dean Snell for putting together something like this, a program like this, which is furthering the practice of patient advocacy. Look, in rare disease, and for those of you who have been involved with it, you know this by now, but in rare disease, especially if you're a patient or a caregiver, it is an incredibly isolating feeling. And you hear that over and over again. So one of the most important things that is our duty is to create that sense of community, right? If you've heard about strength in numbers, when you create and foster a sense of community, it empowers patients and families to speak up, seek treatment, stand up for themselves. You're essentially empowering that entire family to do better. So I personally think one of the biggest missions in rare disease is the mission of advocacy. And to see an advocacy initiative that is headed by this wonderful university is fantastic. And you sense that optimism everywhere you look in this room. So that is probably the number one thing that stood out to me.
I wanted to react to what you were talking about that feeling of isolation, and then, comparing kind of the feeling in this room and this program that is creating this next generation of advocates and professionalizing advocacy. I've talked a lot actually with Allison about how we don't want to be doing this like one foundation at a time, one disease at a time. And so, what can we do to create this much more scalable foundation? I know scalable is one of my favorite words, but this much more scalable foundation where we're not having to recreate the wheel. And that's why I think that this program has so much promise. It's like very, very exciting and transformational to me.
Well, talking about the next generation of advocates or patient advocacy professionals, we've heard from a lot of individuals and students in the room today about how you can be part of a patient advocacy organization and add value and actually learn a lot along the way. I don't know if it's as clear, but on the industry side, I mean, we also tend to play an important role in advocacy. And for companies like Amgen or Horizon, or for that matter, any other rare disease company, we tend to have patient advocacy teams as well. But our role is different, right? Our role is to work with the Global Genes of the world, the FARAs of the world, to bring information, education, resources, resources that can foster that sense of community in that particular rare disease. So there are many ways to get involved with rare disease patient advocacy or patient advocacy in general, including the organizations themselves, including organizations like ours or a few other different types as well.
I wanted to ask you a question about that because what you were talking about is, ecosystem, and we haven't actually talked a lot about the role of industry, and also how all of these different players can collaborate. Can you talk a little bit about that from your perspective?
Absolutely. Look, first of all, I think it's no surprise to anybody, but industry has, we tend to be governed by a lot of rules and regulations, especially in the pharmaceutical space. So you have to understand, we have to understand what our guardrails are, okay? Usually governed by compliance, usually governed by the fact that there's things that we can say and things that we cannot or should not. And that's why the way we work is within an ecosystem. So what does that mean? Every medicine has a package insert, right? A label. Everybody's heard about. Somebody said regulatory earlier today. Regulatory rules govern what a pharmaceutical or a rare disease organization person can say. That means that we cannot be, for example, if we wanted to sit down and just educate somebody about everything that can happen to them related to a medicine, everything that can happen related to a disease, we can't, right? Because there are certain rules. However, we also recognize that it's really important for a patient or a physician to know that information. So this is where we work with either organizations like Global Genes or with payers or with physician organizations, and frankly, all of the above, to provide the right type of information so that even though we can't communicate it, that information needs to get to them. The other part is going earlier in the journey and actually doing research. And as I was telling you earlier, LHON, I didn't know much about it, but one simple question into our research organization, and there's already people who have looked at this, heard about this, may not have solved for it, but it starts the process going, right? So our job is, in the early part of this entire patient journey, is the development and commercialization of medicines. So research, development, and then finally, access. Right? There was a lot of discussion around access earlier today. We play a role in access as well. And it's not just about bringing medicines within the US or outside the US at a approved medicine through the right commercial channels, but it's also about setting up patient programs, right? Assistance programs, patient services, patient advocacy teams. So there is a lot more to the role that industry can play, especially in rare disease, supporting the entire patient journey than just the medicine. We actually often talk about our role beyond the medicine. And in rare disease, our role beyond the medicine sometimes is actually much more involved than just the medicine itself.
Yeah, and I think that it's also important to think about that in terms of the fact that only 5% of rare diseases currently have an approved therapy. So most of the work actually is kind of pre-approval right now, and in fact a lot of times in early stage. I really think that creating dynamic collaborative ecosystems is critical, especially looking at it from the advocate standpoint, where a lot of folks are really still in the very early stages of therapeutic, I won't even say development, discovery. And so getting the right academics in the room, getting the right folks who have subject matter expertise, and even getting industry folks in the room, even if they don't have, or oftentimes because they won't have a therapeutic, but getting their, your viewpoint on what are the steps that need to happen so that we're going down the road as fast as we can, to get to that therapy, can be really, so accelerating for the process. I want to stop and ask, do we need to open it up to questions already?
Good afternoon. My name is Noel Dorvo, and I'm one of the many students here representing the minor in science and patient advocacy. On behalf of everyone, we want to thank you for being here and giving us the opportunity to learn from you. My one question would be if you could give us some advice to young advocates and students sort of looking forward towards their journey in patient advocacy and rare disease, what would that be? What would that piece of advice be? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for the question. It's a pretty broad question, so I'll try to be as succinct as I can. I think the first piece of advice I'll give you is this is relatively uncharted territory, relatively. Okay, even though there's a fair bit of information and practice out there, it's relatively uncharted. What that means is have an open mind, right? Ask a lot of questions. So whether you're part of an organization, a patient advocate organization, or part of an organization like ours that works with patient advocates, don't assume that we figured everything out. Don't assume that we know exactly what the rules of engagement are. In fact, you just heard from 3 of your colleagues, or 3 other students, who found new ways through their skills to raise awareness and bring information to patients who actually needed it. So probably my biggest piece of advice would be if you choose to go into this field, which by the way will be incredibly rewarding, have an open mind and push the boundaries of the rules of engagement, because what you'll find is very often when you assume that somebody else has done it, chances are they haven't.
I love that. It's so on the entrepreneurial theme. The only thing I would add is don't be afraid to go deep on something. Really, roll up your sleeves. There is so much need, and there's also so much that can be done with. Another thing that just excited me today in seeing so many young student faces is that you have great fresh ideas. So we started this journey with my daughter's disease 7 years ago. I think 7 years ago, 8 years ago, and probably refreshing the ideas and coming up with new ways. There's an opportunity to do that now, in our disease, and so I feel like that's a huge asset that you're bringing.
No, I'm not going to give you another joke, so this is a serious question. One of the themes, I have no doubt that, the current and the previous patient advocate students are going to do wonderful out there, but I'm worried about all the existing doctors and specialists that are set in their mind. They always think about the box. Now, there's so much misdiagnosis in the rare disease world. Somebody was talking about, an eye doctor. My daughter was diagnosed with Niemann-Pick, and she had the typical vertical gaze paralysis, but doctor said, oh, that's a molecular ocular symptom, and here's 48 weeks of therapy. Now, if only he knew that piece of information that it could be Niemann-Pick. So how can organizations such as Amgen and Global Gene kind of raise awareness out there that, think again, it might not be what you think it is. It's something else.
Continuing education and creating awareness is a huge task and obviously an ongoing task. And being able to speak with a broader voice around these rare diseases, I think, is really critical. We all have, there are 10,000 rare diseases, right? And an individual doctor is not going to be able to become an expert in all of those. But I think that, as you were saying, to some extent, it's opening the mind and, creating that question of, maybe it's not the typical, what could it be? So I think that is really critical, but then there's obviously practical support that's required. So, one of the things that one of the programs we have at Global Genes is the Rare Compassion Program, where we are working to help to educate the next generation of medical students. So we pair medical students with rare disease patients so they can really understand what the rare disease experience is through lived experience. And we are hopeful through programs like that we are able to make an impact. And it's obviously an ongoing process that's needed.
Yeah, I think all of that is 100% accurate, and this is something we support all the time. Say that one of the areas that we're looking at a little bit more is the use of technology, right? For a long time, we've had a challenge, which is there are so many possible answers to a symptom. And I mean, you brought up a situation where your daughter had a classic symptom, and there's still the potential for misdiagnosis. Think about those situations where the symptom may not be a very typical symptom, but it could be one of God knows how many things. And that's what we hear more often than not, is the years and years of time that is spent in the diagnostic journey. What we are trying to do is leverage technology, of course, as technology goes in and out, trying to use technology in a way, and when I say technology, pick your favorite tool. Is it some form of GPT, some form of artificial intelligence? But we're making inroads, right? There are plenty of very nimble entrepreneurial organizations out there that are trying to create, that are either writing code or creating databases, natural history databases, to support the faster diagnosis for patients. We will continue to support that. I think one of the other things that we're trying to do is start from the other end, which is, typically what happens is if you hear about something, if you know the symptoms, you try to develop a medicine, which is a candidate, a research candidate for a particular type of disease. You can also start the other way. You can start with a set of genetic sequences and essentially use that genome to develop a very targeted medicine that targets that specific genetic sequence. And that is something that Amgen is trying to do. So I don't know that we have all of the answers today, right? But I do know that there's a lot of effort being put in, and we're starting to make some progress in shortening that time to diagnosis and the number of specialists that a patient has to see before they got the right diagnosis.
I would love to hear all day from you all, but thank you so much for joining us and sharing your expertise. And if any of you have additional questions, feel free to send them along, and I will pass them along to you. So thank you very much. Thank you. As we come to the close, I just want to thank each and every one of you for being here, my students, your rock stars, and you all showed up. I got you recorded. No. I just am so happy that this has come along the way it has, so thank you all for being here. I do want to announce that following this, we are going to have a biotech networking session. We have some phenomenal executives that are going to be here to share their career paths and experience. So if you are interested in staying on, it'll be in the North End. And graciously, we have Josh Brum, the former CEO of Dyne Therapeutics and currently working with Forbian. He is going to moderate, so please join on the north end. I wanted to quickly just thank everyone, so if you could show this slide. I'm not going to go through all these. I just want everyone that has been a part of this, not only getting it organized, but participating. We could not have done it without all of you. And I do want to give a special thanks to Katrina for all your help in making sure things went flawlessly, and they did. So without further ado, I do want to introduce Santiago Schnell, our dean. He is a steadfast supporter of our mission, and if you haven't already seen it, you will see What Would You Fight For video this weekend featuring Annie Hamilton, Tom Hamilton, and Santiago Schnell. And it says everything about what we would fight for, and it's all in this room today. So I appreciate it. But please join me in welcoming Santiago Schnell. His leadership and commitment to education and advocacy has been instrumental in driving the success of this program. And so I am forever grateful. Santiago?
Well, I don't want to speak for too long because this is a closing, so, and the last thing that you want to be is held hostage by an academic administrator. We're not very popular. But what I want to tell you is that the program started very small 4 years ago, and every year when I come in, the room gets more packed, and it's getting so packed to the point that I think next year we need to find another venue. And for that, I'm very grateful for all of you who are coming to support the program, but at the same time, I'm very grateful for Barb and Katrina who are doing an exceptional job behind the scenes. If you have any suggestions on how to improve the meeting, they're more than welcome. I have some terrible ideas. I always have terrible ideas, and some of them actually work. But one thing that I would like to see in the future, now that the meetings are becoming more popular and steady, is having something that it stays permanently on the contributions that we have made through the meetings. And maybe having some working groups where we work with specific white papers of things that the government or the pharmaceutical industry or the life science academic enterprise and the clinical enterprise should be doing. It would be a great idea. Let me tell you why. At Notre Dame, we have put the patients in front of rare diseases. We don't think that the rare disease efforts, they are going to be effective if you leave ivory tower scientists like myself on charge of the academic enterprise. Because the reality is that what affects the patients in their home and the way that we need to improve their lifestyle and make their life more comfortable and find the treatments, they're the ones who are the experts. They're the ones who actually identify and know their needs. And surprisingly, through the entire academic enterprise, the pharmaceutical industry, there is limited engagement with the patient population and the patient advocates. And this is why this conference is important. I think this is why maybe from next year we can try an experiment where we'll do some working groups and make proposals that would change the national agenda on the way we are treating patients with rare diseases. Again, it has been a pleasure to have you here. I'm incredibly grateful for all your support, and I hope you have a great weekend. Thank you.